welcome to the 2022 SMART4SEA Virtual Forum. We would like to welcome you during this pandemic era. We have allotted for a two-day forum. Within these 2 days, we will be discussing, we have planned for a range of panels. We're starting today with Shipping 4. We'll continue with Gamechanger technologies, and we'll conclude the day with cybersecurity. At the end of the day, we have planned for the SMART4SEA award ceremony. It will be broadcasted later on at 1600 hours GMT. And tomorrow we have planned for a couple of panels discussing about e-navigation and future of maritime safety, and about the human factors in the smart shipping era. Today, this panel is the opening panel for the event. We will be discussing the Shipping 4, the fourth industrial revolution is taking place, bringing exponential changes to the way we live, we work, we make business, and we relate with each other. It's marked by emerging technology breakthroughs in many fields, and contrary to common belief that shipping operates in a traditional model, the pandemic has forced all of us to change this old-fashioned way we do business, and to embrace innovation and show limited resistance, let's say, to this forthcoming, and I would say accelerated revolution. So today we would like to discuss about drivers and barriers. Yes, we would like to discuss the impact of the COVID with respect to this transformation, talking about emerging technology breakthroughs, digitization and the pandemic, smart ships and key smart applications, connectivity for enhanced welfare, smart technologies, and so on and so forth. So in order to have an interesting discussion, we are accommodating the number of panelists. Let me introduce them to you. I would like to welcome Gillian Carlson-Jackson, who is the president of the Nautical Institute, Captain Ahmed Khan, who is the director of fleet management with Shipping Systems, Dominic NG, who is head of solutions advisory for Vassilios Voyage, Manish Singh, who is the CEO of Ocean Technologies Group, and last but not least, Demetriades, who is the managing director of the Announced Management Consultants. So I would like to welcome you all, and I would like to ask with my first question, let's say to open the discussion, the dialogue, and I would like to ask, how do you feel that the pandemic has transformed the way we do business in shipping? And do you feel that the maritime industry has done enough during this, approach to a more, let's say, smart shipping? So I would like to hear from you. Let's start with Gillian.
Thank you so much. And there's a lot in that question, actually, just to start off with. How has the pandemic affected the industry is quite broad. I think one of the points that we've heard many times, they say that in every challenge there's a silver lining. And if I was to pick one silver lining in the pandemic for the maritime industry, it's that increased acceptance and comfort with digitalization and digital tools. The industry was already in the midst of a digitalization. We were already going that way before the pandemic hit. What it has helped us do is perhaps move faster along a route that was already laid. So we've actually moved along our course that was already set at an increased rate. It's provided this additional opportunity for collaboration, for greater acceptance of online meetings, which were happening before, but now we're much more comfortable with this environment. We can share ideas and we can work towards collaboration in ways that we really never imagined before. So it has been incredibly challenging. We could go into all of the crew change issues, all of the other issues around that, but to focus on the topic for today and the impact on digitalization, I think one area it has helped us move a bit faster along a route that was already planned. So we'd already charted this course and we've just moved faster along.
Okay, thank you, Gillian. Demetriades, your thoughts?
Well, the pandemic really, pushed the shipping companies to work remotely. Obviously, shipping companies nowadays have ERP systems in place. The majority of them are web-enabled. So the systems, I think, every system was capable of meeting the requirements of remote office. Teleconferencing and other tools were in place. obviously, connecting the vessel to remote offices, you know, and working from home, it was a big challenge. The big problem was the crew changes. People were stuck on board the vessel for years without having the opportunity to visit their families, and they had to sort of survive psychologically and mentally and physically all the circumstances. And of course, the IT technology there gave them conferencing and telephony to their families. Last but not least, you know, shipping is a troubleshooting exercise. Ship management is a troubleshooting exercise. It's an emergency response. So shipping, you know, could manage remote business as ship management. If you go to other sectors like consulting or like software development, believe me, you know, this remote office exercise was an adventurous exercise.
I'm sure it was adventurous for a number of players in our industry as well. Manis, your thoughts? I'm sure you've done a lot from your, let's say, lens. You've done a lot for the crews on board ship. Let's hear from you. How has the pandemic impacted, you know, the way we do business in shipping?
Yeah, maybe just to build on what has already been said, we often talk about the shipping's role. You know, we say without shipping, half the world will freeze and the other half will starve. So let us begin by acknowledging that at great significant personal tragedy to our colleagues at sea, the world has carried on and we have avoided a total meltdown of global supply chains. So that, you know, let that be a starting point. Also, in some ways, it created two very different ecosystems. Seafarers were incredibly isolated, and obviously, the administration's policy didn't move close enough. But it created empathy within industry, largely with the predicament that seafarers always had: remote working. That's what seafarers do. They deal in isolation with complex challenges, with global stakeholders, with limited connectivity and requiring absolute delivery, exactly like the rest of us had to do over the last couple of years. So I feel the biggest, you know, to Gillian's point, the silver lining is that because all of us had to operate in the same way, it propelled connectivity in shipping faster. And I think the point has already been made that it's not revolution, it is the evolution of readily available technologies. But because we moved connectivity by 3-5 years forward, we can now bring more capabilities to seafarers, I feel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Manis. Dominic, your thoughts?
Thank you, panel. First of all, coming in as a third person, we see a lot of similar points, but I pick up from Manish and also Dimitri about remote, and this has certainly been very much the case. We saw a trend. Unfortunately, the pandemic came quickly. There was no baseline, or there's nothing for the industry to benchmark ourselves against. But once it hit, couple of takeaways. One was certainly it accelerated the adoption of certain technology and certain ways of working, has kind of altered the traditional methods. And in particular, we see 4 different trends, which was kind of accelerated, mainly in the area of decision support, because we are not able to get hold of the vessel as quick as possible. So we saw a lot more shoreside capability to support and monitor the vessels. We saw more remote compliance taking place. Class societies cannot send inspectors and surveyors up as easily. Installation, we ourselves at Vassilios, we were also on a kind of a suffering end because we could not get our system quickly with vessel attendants. But thankfully, with the technology, we could do this easily with remote installation. And lastly, an area which I can't speak a lot, it's not my domain specialization, but we see uptick in remote telemedicine, right? Because again, we could not get to vessels as quick as possible for medication and diagnosis of conditions.
Okay, thank you, Dominic. Ahmed, your thoughts in order to sum up with this, let's say, opening question with respect to the impact of COVID to the way we do business.
Yes, thank you, panel. Really enjoyed the initial comments by the panelists. While COVID-19 created many setbacks, I think it paved way for several positives as well. So, for example, this digitalization, which surged across industries amid the pandemic, and the maritime industry was also prompt in its digital uptake. So, as we all understand and we all appreciate that the maritime industry's role is indispensable to the world trade. So despite this all unforeseen circumstances, the industry was able to forge ahead and ensure continuity of operation, and which we are all proud of. The pandemic has underscored the importance of supply chain resiliency, and higher tech adoption played a key role in achieving this resiliency. I think what we have been seeing over the years during this pandemic era, we have seen a quick adoption of remote work arrangements. Even for our offices, we were ready to go remote in a matter of weeks only. And then the industry and everyone, they came together. They actually adapted to all these new restrictions, and we were allowed to have remote inspections, remote surveys, and inspections, so on. So I think it was something which the world could learn from maritime industry, that how quickly they adopted, and then how they have ensured the continuity of the supply chain resiliency. So that is what my take on.
Okay, thank you. I think and I feel after 2 years, because we are more or less 2 years after the outbreak of the pandemic, all of us, and I think the industry has been accustomed to accepting the new way that we do business. Now, I would like to ask, what do you see within the next 5 to 10 years? I'm sure that the pandemic either, let's say, enhanced the importance we should have in several aspects of the way we operate in the past, and of course, as you correctly pointed out, helped us to discover new ways of doing business, like the remote inspections. I fully agree with the remote telemedicine that Dominic pointed out, and I'm sure we're going to see more. So what do you see, if you could, let's say, ask you to take your crystal ball and guess what will happen within the next 5 to 10 years, where do you see the industry going? And at the same time, I would like to discuss about drivers and barriers to this digital transformation. Let's start with Manis on this round. Your thoughts, Manis?
Thank you. I've recently talked about the 4 C's, which got a lot of feedback. The influences on our industry. Carbon or other decarbonization effort, the post-COVID normal of the way that we work, connectivity, and what terrestrial levels of connectivity brings in terms of change on board, and how are these mega changes causing the industry to collaborate in new ways that we have not done. So a few very capable peers have reminded me of a few other C's, like crew, the availability thereof, cash, our ability to be able to invest, and so on and so forth. I think of all of those, the one most profound driver will be the decarbonization effort, because it touches everything else. So money coming into the industry will have to be looked at the lens of whether it is helping the decarbonization. And we are seeing, banks, funds all look at the green investment strategies. And so the good news there is, again, it's not so much about revolution, it's about adoption, it is about evolution. We don't have a choice. We have another 2-3 years to effectively pilot the first demonstrable vessels with some of the non-carbon fuels. We then have till 2030 to get a decent number of vessels out there so that we can really operationalize that tonnage. And then we got some hope of actually delivering to 2050 targets. So I think that is the biggest factor, I feel. I'm sure panelists will talk about a lot of the enablers. I would like to talk about a few barriers that we have been here before and we should avoid. Shipping industry has not necessarily celebrated the first movers in the past. So the pioneers who take the risk, who put capital, who go for unproven technologies, don't always get celebrated, don't always get the air cover that they deserve. Let us change that. and celebrate the operators who are being brave and piloting new technology, because unfortunately, in this case, it looks like the capital and the industry is moving faster, and policy is trying to catch up because of a global industry. So that, I think, is a barrier. Us trying to do the same thing in silos is a very big barrier. So there can't be, it doesn't look like there'll be one solution. We are talking about possibly piloting 2-3 prominent options. And it would be vital that we collaborate as an industry to look at the human aspects. How will we need to prepare the seafarer? How will we need to prepare the ship? How will we need to prepare the supply chain? So let's not go into our silos as often there is a tendency to do. So we got to be careful about those barriers. And then it's going to be the skill barrier. We've had decades to adopt, we've been talking about low sulfur fuel and LNG for, since I was a young boy at sea. And we have got 3-4 years to talk about what would ammonia, hydrogen, methanol, ethanol, and a whole bunch of other options look like. So I think pace is probably going to be a totally different game, but I'll leave for my colleagues to kind of build on those.
Okay. Okay. I would like to ask the the other panelists to approach the question I posed. Let's say we'll approach it in stages. I agree with the majority of what Mani said, but I have to remind to all of you that the drive for the decarbonization is about regulation. So the decarbonization drive is driven by regulation. It's not done by itself. So we have to acknowledge that, because yes, I fully agree we're going to see more in the years to come. But I would like to approach this question, let's say, in stages. Let's start with we'll continue with Dominic. Dominic, what do you see in 5 or 10 years? We'll have a second and a third round for the drivers and barriers and enablers, etc. Because it's a broad, let's say, topic to ask you to address it, let's say, in a couple of minutes. I fully agree with Manis. Dominic, your thoughts? What do you see in 5 years?
I think with or without the pandemic, the digital journey that we notice is kind of, I could be oversimplifying, but it moves across 4 stages. So we see shipping companies moving from tradition. Could be a lot of manual reporting, could be a lot of things which are done like the way that they have been the last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. We see that going across to being connected, the connectivity, having the ships being connected with connected systems. Then we see the evolution going towards smart. We get a slew of different terminologies. Everything on board is smart, right? From smart cargo handling to smart performance to smart reporting to everything, which is correct. At the end, what we are trying to do is to simplify the way that the data is being reported and the use of to ease the decision making onshore. So that's the smart app. And lastly, I think the end point there would be somewhere towards autonomous. Again, when we talk about autonomous, is an uptake of more augmented reality. We're going to the real sci-fi stuff, going towards digital twinning to do something on a test bed before it actually happens on the vessel. So that's my view a little bit towards where I see the industry moving towards. Yeah.
Okay, Gillian, your thoughts? Where do you see the industry, going towards within the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, so looking at the next 5 to 10 years, it's really interesting to think of these emerging technologies. And I really want to sort of take a little bit of what Manish was saying and what Dominique was saying. We know there are many emerging technologies. And what's interesting is in the maritime industry, what we might consider as emerging might actually be well ingrained or well used in other industries. So we have an opportunity, I think, to look to see what the technologies are doing across multiple industries, because we can, rather than create our own approaches, we can actually adopt and adapt what's happening in other industries. One of these areas, of course, is automation and automatic systems. So we're looking at autonomous systems, but we're realizing that the move to autonomous systems is not actually designing the human out of the system, but actually refining the role of the human. And this sort of comes back, I think, a bit to Manish's point about what are the training, what are the skill sets that we're going to be looking at into the future. So we can't train young maritime professionals for an industry that we know now. We can't be looking astern and seeing what it is that we learned, because the industry is changing so rapidly. We need to look at how to train our new maritime professionals on how to evolve, how to adapt, how to grow. Even imagine right now. And it's a really interesting point that in the Nautical Institute we've been trying to come to grips with. And we instigated something called the Autonomous Technology Advisory Group, specifically to look at these concepts of the requirements from the regulatory environment, the development of technologies in multiple industries, and how we can actually look at the future implications of these. How can we provide information and training and technologies for what we're facing now, but also for a future that we can't even imagine? So it's important, I think, to critically consider the developments that are happening in the industry, our industry, but also at a more global level. And that sort of think tank, that collaborative approach that was mentioned previously on how we can address these challenges.
Okay. Dimitris, your thoughts?
Well, the name of the game for the next 5 to 10 years is going to be sustainability. And sustainability has lots of axes. Obviously, the new regulations and the goals set by IMO are going either to bring shipping to new fuels or to new technologies to capture the CO2 in order to meet the emissions. So, but this is the biggest barrier, because nowadays the community does not have a solution. Meaning, if you want to build a ship now, you don't really know what to do. And we are surprised on how many companies are coming to us looking for life cycle assessments, which is very difficult to do for something that you don't know, especially applying AI and machine learning techniques, since you have no data. So a big barrier is the unknown future in terms of what is going to be the fuel or the solution for decarbonization of tomorrow. Still, and I'm sorry to say, the biggest problem in shipping is the communication barrier. Ships still are remote from the office. The communication links are expensive and limited in capabilities. And there is a big potential with the low orbit satellites coming there, which is going to change lots of things. Obviously, the whole world is moving. The fourth industrial revolution is bringing the autonomous vessel into equation. And then we have another problem, which is the complexity of the systems. Nowadays, we address every problem we have with new technology and new systems on board, and the seamen are not trained for that, do not have the competence to manage all that. And if you think for an autonomous vessel, I don't think that this autonomous vessel has to change oil every 1,000 hours. So you have to reconsider the whole infrastructure of the vessel and the infrastructure of the whole thing. Closing, the shipping industry is looking for automation, and the AI and the machine learning really automate the data analytics and the data insights in order to sort of give the people, give the shipping executives the kick in order to make the correct decision, the correct time, providing the data, if not the actual decision roadmap.
Okay, thank you very much, Dimitri. Ahmed, your thoughts? Where do you see the industry within the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, thanks. Very, very interesting comments by the panel members. So I see that shipping will see further dramatic changes over the coming years. So I was just reading an article the other day. As per a recent study by McKinsey, by the end of 2030, the impact of AI is expected to be about 13 trillion, with over 70% of companies impacted by AI. And then similarly, I was also looking at another article by Forbes, which says that AI is new electricity, and which is already driving a 2 trillion impact on the economy. So what I see here is that the effect of AI on our economy and our lives, and including the maritime industry, is going to be huge. what we will see in the next few years is that digital technology will sweep away the need for the routine and repeated tasks carried out by the ship staff, for example, manual logging of events and so on. Efficiency will improve even further with artificial intelligence helping to track down what is not working correctly. We will be pushed into stricter and more accurate reporting by the needs of the environment. Traditional shipping companies won't disappear, but they will have to adapt to the new ways of thinking. So this is what I see going forward. We see a lot of new technology being adopted within the maritime industry, and a lot of companies will be looking into this technology, which is already available, but I think it is a matter of getting more confidence and getting more awareness of what these technologies are capable of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. I think I'm one of those who are, let's say, employ a more realistic approach. I think that we have to, let's say, keep a small basket, especially when we hear projections about what will happen the next 5 to 10 years. Why? Because if we go back, let's say 10 years, and I can remind you what we were talking in shipping, because correctly Manis pointed out, we're talking about LNG as a fuel by 2020 with 5,000 ships and so on and so forth. And now if we exclude the LNG carriers, just an example, we have, I think, 500, 600 ships if we add those on the water and in the order books and so on and so forth. The same applies more or less to other projections, for example, crypto, NFTs, you know, AI and so on and so forth. So we have to be realistic for a number of reasons. I'm not saying we have to be pessimistic, we have to be realistic at the same time. So I would like to ask you for a second take, Manis. Given what we heard so far, what do you see being the biggest, let's say, barrier? Because I understand what we're talking about, enablers and drivers and so on and so forth. And I fully agree with Dimitris, because Dimitris pointed out the sustainability issue. Now we have an ESG element in everything, more or less. And ESG has to do with a fine balance, you know, maximizing stakeholder satisfaction, taking into account all the stakeholders in the supply chain. So let's have a second look. What do you see as being, you know, mainly, I would say, the barriers? Or if you would like to have a second take on what would, let's say, accelerate this movement towards this autonomous shipping, smarter shipping, and so on and so forth. What do you see?
Yeah, I have a slightly different perspective, and I think it's a healthy debate to have. I don't actually believe that the policy is clear enough. I think there was some comment here to say, oh, actually, there have been rules made by, I think there was a reference to IMO. No. You know, we're talking about a $5 billion one-off fund to create the think tank to actually evaluate the viable technologies. But once we do home in on what needs to be done, we probably need about 10 times that capital on a yearly basis to carry on. So the biggest barrier is the suspense. The biggest barrier is, you know, the first mover disadvantage to say, actually, I'm about to commit to a ship and I don't know whether this ship is going to be redundant in 3 years' time. So I think taking that tentativeness out and understanding that we are in that zone where progression is actually important. We need the first few, and thankfully, we need to celebrate. Many of the operators have already gone off the blocks. We know ships are already on the blocks being built. The biggest barrier I feel having all of those things done is the skill gap. Because, you know, again, I was a young boy when we were preparing the industry for LNG. And now the policy makers have got to understand that if in 3 years' time an ammonia-powered ship is going to come and dock in Tilbury Harbor, that one ammonia emission incident doesn't wipe out the entire east of England. So how do you upskill? And, you know, we're talking about upskill at an industrial proportion. So let's take, when you got Dominic here from Vassilios, I could be a second engineer with 15 years experience, you know, all the qualifications And suddenly I am now going to go and take delivery of a brand new ship with a brand new fuel and a brand new propulsion system, control panels. You cannot prepare me with all the information I will need just in case, because we don't have that time. So we've got to build the entire supply chain where the seafarer, the ship manager, the OEM suppliers are all connected into that ecosystem, so that when we do bring that ship into operation, we can bring all the relevant information and expertise at the point of operation. Because without doing that, we will be putting quite a significant amount of operational risk into nascent fuels. And one incident could wipe out the prospects of one particular alternative being looked at. So I think it's the upskilling challenge would probably be, it won't be I've got to be careful. It's not a barrier as such, but that will be a very big bottleneck that we need to be mindful of.
Okay, just a quick comment, just for the example, because you mentioned the ammonia. We expect the first engine to be available by 2024, and we expect a normal, I would say, commissioning of the process within the industry with the testing and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure that we're going to see any sort of real-life ammonia-powered ships earlier than 2028, maybe 2030, maybe in real life. So it takes time. I fully agree with the upscale you said, because it takes a lot of time, and we as an industry and as humans, we tend to neglect that. And we feel that we heard this, we're talking about this today and it will happen tomorrow. Yes, I fully agree on that. Dominic, your thoughts? What do you see as a key barrier?
Yeah, thank you. The draw of adopting technology, the availability is there. We all can see. The push is also known with the pandemic. It just moved things faster. But one of the big problems that we also notice as a common blocker is really that we are in a very fragmented market. Fragmented market, because even for anybody who try to justify an investment, to find a business case to support an investment becomes very difficult. Why do I say that? We have seen this data is now in silos because they're not connected. Solutions today are not linked to a particular business flow. So if we just focus on vessel performance, you see different guys coming in, right? So you have the engine manufacturers coming in to say, well, we could help you to improve performance. We see also the paint makers coming in to say, well, we could also help you to improve performance with quoting. We see also the weather routing providers coming in to say, yeah, we can help you to manage it. Unfortunately, they're all correct. They're all correct, but we can't find a way to weave these things together that the data is available in their own domain. And that's also the other slightly connected issue here that we're talking about is the non-standardized data. So even if we try to bring these things together, we find that we hit another wall because we can't have the data talking to each other because of non-compatibility, etc.
Okay, thank you very much. Demetriades, yes, Dimitri, yes.
I mean, thank you, Dominic. We have discussed, Apostole, these issues so many times in so many fora. I mean, data standards and data exchanges seamlessly is a must nowadays, and for that you need standards. And Dominic is very right. Data has to be made available to every stakeholder in order to fulfill the analysis and deliver the results. So that's coming without saying. But allow me to comment on Muniz, and this is very important. The shipping just managed a big radical change to the low sulfur fuels. And this change happened during the pandemic. And we had so many incidents of ships left with engine broken, pistons broken, and they had to manage with minimum. I mean, probably Dominic from Vassilios lives this scenario better than us, but us from the shipping side, we had a huge problem maintaining the upkeeping of our vessels with all these new fuels and the effect and the damages they had. And I'm using this example in order to state that the technology is moving that fast and people don't have the time to sort of see what consequences it may have. And then they find themselves in a very difficult situation to troubleshoot cases which they are not familiar with. I mean, all this stuff was really unbelievable to the crew. Even, you know, if you train them with the best training software, you know, that Manis can provide, or if you train them with the special courses of Varsila, I mean, if you have all the cylinders broken, you know, what can you do? And the spares to come in 2-3 months' time. Not to mention the effect that the COVID period brought all digitalization back, because how you can implement sensors on board existing vessels if you cannot travel to the vessels?
Yeah, that creates a lot of headaches. Gillian, you would like to comment?
Yes, I wanted to comment on a couple of things. Comes back as well, of course, to standardization. I've been doing a lot of work with IALA and the S100 developments and the standardized formats. Really, really critical that we have data that can talk to each other, that we're able to get rid of this fragmented approach that we have. So thank you for bringing those thoughts in. And the concept of the changes and the training and the upskilling. I really believe that we need to recognize and to grow the human capital in shipping and start realizing that we cannot be training people for specific pieces of equipment or specific skill sets. We need to actually focus on giving them that problem solving skill, because I think as highlighted, we have so many things that are changing that we will not be able to have people that are trained in one specific piece of equipment, because that's going to change and we can't be envisioning what all of that is. So there's a lot of the opportunity to understand more what the equipment's supposed to do, what the digital data is supposed to try to tell you, providing them with an opportunity then to also have access to training, perhaps in real time, just in time, to help take those critical thinking skills that they have, those problem solving skills they have, and give them maybe specific bits of knowledge of information to address an issue that might be arising. It is very, very difficult to think of what the future is going to be like for the young people coming through for the training. This is, I think, some of these critical thinking skill sets are one of the things we need to look at. The OECD has been highlighting that digital intelligence, critical thinking skills, and the ability to do this problem solving for issues that we can't train them for all the issues that are happening. Thank you.
Dominic and Manis, I would like to ask for your patience. I would like to ask Ahmed to comment, and then I'll come to you. Ahmed, your thoughts?
Thank you. Yes, I think I would like to build on what Dominic said about data standardization. I think it is very important to have a standard set of data, and then data communicating with other sets of data being received from various other sources. So far, what we have seen, and which I will call as a barrier, is that there was an inability to analyze and make use of data in real time. As we all know that we have been collecting data for decades now. I mean, it used to come in noon reports, then we started IoT sensors data, but still we were not getting a complete picture because this data was not communicating with each other. It was not providing the contextual information that why, how, or when something was happening. And because of that inability, we were not able to utilize this data and convert it into actionable information, which will then support the better decision making, and as well as which will drive the efficiency and the performance of the ships. So in addition to this data issues, which of course there are solutions which are available, and they are now able to make use of this data in real time. We also see those typical barriers like hardware cost and installation time, bandwidth availability. I think what we need to do as an industry here to come together and to work as a team or as an industry together, so we can overcome these barriers, because we all can realize the benefits of this data, and then how this data can improve the overall efficiency and the image of the maritime industry as a whole.
Thank you. Dominic, you dropped this standardization bomb and you polarized the discussion at once. Manis, you would like to comment?
I was, first of all, I think Demetriades and then Gillian raised a very, very good issue. And Gillian very helpfully already pointed to the solution earlier in the discussion. We cannot have seafarers or even fleet managers, we cannot have the industry take decisions now entirely on information that they have just in case. So yeah, we cannot train them to take 100%. You have to rely on some that will be information in time, just in time information, just in time insight, specific to the equipment, specific to the fuel, specific to the scenario. But Gillian mentioned earlier that what may be novel to us is actually par for course in other industries. There are a multitude of industries where you have got the entire supply chain, the OEMs, the operators, the people on the side of operation, all connected, so that you can have the right information, the right expertise pumped to the point of operation so that a right decision can be taken. So whether it is the low sulfur fuel and the kind of fuel interaction challenges on the, that Demetriades talk about, or whether, independent of how quickly some of the new novel fuel ships will hit the water, we know now that whenever they do, we will require a substantial amount of information in time that will need the Vassilios of the world, the Danausers of the world, the oceans of the world to work with the ship manager, the seafarer, to create that information, that dashboard, that support at the point of operation.
Okay, thank you, Manis. Dominic, would like to comment?
Yeah, I like the point that was brought up by which actually nicely point us all back to the title of today's discussion. Dimitri mentioned that it is impossible because of the rising demands for crew to be trained in every scenario, which is absolutely correct, which is also why we see there's an increasing uptake and trend towards having the ship performance and the monitoring done on shore, because that we leverage on technology, we use connectivity on systems, on vessel systems, etc., to supplement or to complement to take away the burden, right, of the crew doing this all by themselves. So I think this kind of wrap things up nicely.
Yeah. At the same time, however, we have to acknowledge that safety as an industry, how the industry performs is better now than it was, let's say, 20 years ago. It starts with how we build ships, how we maintain ships, how we, train our crews, and how in our day and age, we connect with the ship and we provide, correctly pointed out, we provide a lot of supporting, services to those on board, because we don't have to do anything on board. And that creates, I think, a competitive advantage now in these days, given the challenges we have. And at the same time, I think we all have to acknowledge that the same applies to all of us. I mean, we went to a university and we learned something 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. So that's not enough. Yes, we have the critical thinking and the skills that correctly Gillian pointed out, yes. But at the same time, we have to stay up to date. We have to read. We have to, be in touch and so on and so forth. I would like to ask for any final thoughts and comments on these drivers and barriers. Any comments, maybe, Gillian?
Thank you. So drivers and barriers, and it's really interesting because we do have a number of drivers that we've talked a lot about them, and we've touched on this aspect of the regulatory element, but I think there's actually three. There's the regulatory, operational, and the technical, and there's both drivers and barriers in all of those three. So the regulatory environment is one within which we work, and we have a very regulated industry. We have a lot of approaches to regulation, but we have to ensure that the regulatory structure doesn't inhibit innovation. And the innovation is what is going to really drive from that technical environment, but also the operational environment, thinking of the ways that we can grow, the ways that we can implement technology and start working with that human-machine collaboration as we're starting to move through Industry 4.0, which is one of our titles, but also looking at what's happening with the concept of Industry 5.0. So going beyond the smart products and the Internet of Things and looking at this post-pandemic era with the influence of society, the need for trust in systems and sustainability, which was already touched on today. So we have to respect the boundaries of the planet, focus on the humans being at the center of the work that's happening, realize that these drivers are changes and pushing us ever towards some direction. We really don't know where that will be yet, but we have the opportunity to collaborate and to learn from what's come at us from the industry, from the pandemic, and the way that we've addressed the pandemic within the industry, and look to the future. But I think we do need to focus on those three key areas: the regulatory aspect, the technical aspect, and the operational aspects, both the drivers and the challenges there.
Dimitri, any final comments, any final thoughts on this drivers and barriers issue?
Let's talk about regulatory cases. Yes, for the fuels, we have a clean goal for 2030 and 2050. For the autonomous, for the time being, you have lots of ideas, but so far there is no regulatory framework for any autonomous vessel to operate. Meaning, you cannot class this vessel, you cannot insure this vessel, you cannot even pass it through the flag state because there are no regulations. So it's like the cars, the autonomous cars. There is no regulation for autonomous cars to drive by themselves. You have to drive them by yourself. So people, companies, cannot even think of investing there, even if they have a robust solution to go ahead. This is regulatory side is one point, not to mention that European Union and IMO provide different regulations, sometimes conflicting. Going on the digitalization side, you have seriously to consider the cybersecurity issue, because bringing lots of sensors and lots of CPUs on board and connect them to the LAN networks, as Dominic stated, and definitely in the future we are going to have operation centers running vessels from shore. That's for sure, with all these new things coming on board the vessels. We need sort of take care seriously of cybersecurity. Part of our, just to show you how big is this problem, part of our security awareness drills we have done, we tried to reinstall a company hit by a cyber attack with 50 vessels. It took us 30 days, having only done our system. If they had a different system, it should take us much more. So if you consider the impact currently with all these complex systems that shipping companies currently use, in a case of a cyber attack, the impact may be catastrophic. And all these have to be taken seriously into consideration when you plan towards the future.
Dimitri, may I ask, if let's say I would like to ask you where we are with this learning curve, because you correctly pointed out it may take, let's say, 30 days. I hear friends of mine saying, yes, we have been hit by a virus and a hacker, and it took us, let's say, a couple of days to install our server and so on and so forth. Where are we as an industry, you think now in this learning curve? How many years it will take to accelerate this progression?
In terms of cybersecurity, you mean?
In terms of everything, because you correctly pointed out there's an issue with the standardization, and there's a lack of standardization. Even if we go back, for example, in the ECDIS development, many of the players in the ECDIS industry said after the commencement of the process of making this mandatory, it would be better if we have better standards when we started this process 30 years ago. So standardization is a key issue, because Dominic dropped the bomb with the standardization. That's a key challenge for the industry. That's the foundation where we expect to build the industry. But as you correctly pointed out, if it takes, let's say, a number of weeks to install, even if we don't have too many providers of these software systems, where do you think as an industry, what we have to do, to move forward?
I will start on what we have done. We have done our exercise, and we managed to do an autonomous recovery strategy for our clients. which we are going to present during Posidonia, hopefully. But I think everybody has to start thinking along these lines, because with so many sensors, so many CPUs on board, and so many connections all over, I mean, the possibility of cyber attack is there. I mean, nobody can guarantee you. Believe me, you know, after the experiences I had, I'm thinking in a totally different way about the security of our systems. I was thinking that I was inside a crystal ball and the virus were outside. The real truth is that we are together with the virus and we rely on our antiviruses in order to stop them, which is a thrilling understanding, you know, of the current situation. And you expect, based on that, companies to start base all their operation on IT systems. You know, all these are conflicting. And we have to take serious steps towards that direction. Now, regarding the standardization, this comes without saying. Every vendor nowadays collects his own data, keeps analyzes it in-house, and this is the added value it gives to the client. So you need standards of the industry, de facto standards, which everybody accepts, in order to start negotiating. And also, where you keep the data, you keep it at the client's side or you keep it at the provider side. This is another huge issue.
Okay, thank you, Dimitri. Ahmed, your final thoughts on these drivers and barriers. I have another question before we, let's say, sum up the panel.
Sure, yeah. I would like to build upon what Gillian mentioned about the human element. I think in my perspective, one of the shortcomings in the typical smart ship application is that they heavily rely on machinery data and they miss the most critical factor, the human element. And we have heard a lot that more than 80% of incidents on board ships are attributed to human error. And some studies say it is even up to 96%. So this gives an impression that people are causing the incidents. And to be specific, seafarers are causing incidents. So being a seafarer, I definitely feel the pain here. So because the actual reason is that the ships are getting larger, crew is getting smaller, and ever increasing regulatory requirements have put more workload and stress on already fatigued crew. So basically the mistakes are typically due to conditions, systems, and interaction with the machinery and other people, which makes the work difficult. We can only reduce these mistakes if we understand the conditions in which the mistakes are happening. And without a complete visibility, fleet managers or operators cannot effectively assist the seafarers in reducing their workload or identifying hazards or mitigating risk. So what we need is that we need a visibility. We need a system which provides that visibility, and there is nothing smarter than addressing the most critical factor through the use of technology as of today.
Okay, thank you, Ahmed. Now, because we have to wrap up the panel, I have one last question. We had an interesting discussion. I would like to ask you to pick one thing. Now, I would like to ask you to pick one thing that you would change that would have either an immediate or a profound impact to move the industry forward towards autonomy, towards a more digitized future, towards Industry 5, you name it. I would like to ask you to pick one thing that would have either an immediate or a profound impact, and ask you why you are selecting this thing. Manis, what would you change to accelerate, you know, this progression?
I think if I have to pick one, probably be policy, having more clearer policy and improved acceptable standards. We talk about minimum standards, you know, but we've got to kind of have a much more ambitious approach towards what good looks like. It's not what is minimum look like. What does good look like, and remove the fragmentation, because we won't be able to go to Industry 4.0 with a fragmented approach. So policy that focuses, that forces us to collaborate, because the acceptable standards are going to be higher.
Okay, thank you. Dominic.
My personal choice would be optimization. I believe optimization drives technology advancement. So if we look at the shipping industry in the larger scale, so if everything around optimization is the answer to why we are going to 4.0 and beyond. Safety optimization for those who are in the QHSE. We look at those who are doing performance management. They look at fuel and energy optimization. Engine manufacturers like ourselves goes into asset optimization. The list goes on. Compliance for those who are into regulatory and statutory standards. Those who are into supply chain, we look at logistic supply chain optimization. So I think keyword here is really optimization and how we turn this around into tactical actionable items for our day-to-day lives, regardless of the position that you are in an organization. But I think that's kind of a single goal towards technology uptake.
Thank you, Dominic. Ahmed, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. So I think if I had to pick one only, I would choose the ship-to-shore collaboration. I think this thought that the ships can be controlled from shore, I think that is not the right approach. The seafarers, they play a vital role in running our ships, and then this will continue in the coming years. So what we need here is actually a better ship-to-shore collaboration, where people are able to collaborate and communicate on the same information at the same time. We need to remove the barrier of that distance, because ships are now remote, and then there is a high change that the office is trying to get more information. However, how it will work is that we need to provide more visibility, both to the ship and the shore, and then we need to make them work together, shoulder to shoulder, so that they can improve, work as a team, and then improve the performance of their ships and create better value for their customers going forward.
Thank you, Ahmed. Dimitris, your thoughts, what would you change?
Definitely optimization, as Dominic stated, is a very important element. I fully vote for that, but optimization can give us 4, 5, 10% improvement. Here we are talking about radical changes, 50% reduction in emissions, So we have to rethink and remove complexity out of the system, of the whole supply chain of shipping, Think simple and reconsider stuff. Meaning, and try to find solutions which are not out of the box, but solutions which, can give real solutions for the problem with the existing people at the offices and the existing people on board. I think reconsidering the principles in shipping for the last 20 years, ships for the last 20 years are almost the same. Nothing has changed. And minor things, minor things. So we have to think simple. Let's say instead of looking at new fuels, look for a new scrubber to capture the CO2, which so many research projects on this side. I think this is the way, ahead, which will give a totally new concept in shipping, instead of get stuck to whatever we have and the problems we currently have, which they continue forever if we don't reconsider the solution.
Yeah, fully agree, Dimitris. And I feel that we're going to see more in the carbon capture and storage than what we've seen so far, because it seems a lot more, let's say, promising to what you said. We have the same people and the same ships and the same resources, but we have to solve new problems. So that we need to change the way we think. Absolutely, absolutely. Jillian, your final thoughts to sum up, what is said here. What would you change if you select, let's say, one thing?
Wow, it's really hard because a lot of my ideas have already been taken. So I was really going to go for collaboration. But I would say, based on some of the thoughts that Demetriades has said as well, is it comes down to innovation and the opportunity to be innovative. But that links into all of the other elements that we've had. And we need to think about collaboration, but also even on a broad basis. We need to innovate, come up with solutions to problems. As Demetriades said, we keep coming at these with the way that we have solved problems before. We need to think with new eyes, fresh eyes, and look at this concept of collaboration across industries, across even human-machine collaboration that we have. So I think one of my favorite sayings has always been Pietainen. He said, when technology is master, we reach disaster faster. I like to turn that around a little bit and say, what if we, in order to avoid the disaster of technology becoming master, humans and machines can collaborate faster so that we can work towards a future with a vision and an innovative vision to solve the problems, not the problems of today, but actually to have the energy and the innovation to solve the problems that will be coming, because they will continue, as we've all mentioned, the new fuels, the changes, the regulatory changes, the need for standardization. So we just need to bring all of those thoughts together and really look to a future that we can bring our own human-machine collaboration together to solve these problems.
Okay, thank you all very much. I would like to thank our viewers. We have planned for a set of 4 presentations, and we'll get back to you with another panel in an hour time. Thank you all very much, and stay tuned. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Apostle. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Safety4Sea for the opportunity to present our new initiative here at the Shipping Deputy Ministry of Cyprus, our platform under the name C.O.M.E, which stands for Cyprus Open Maritime Exchange Platform. What you currently see basically on the screen is a landing page basically on the web, comeshipping.com.cy. So the reason of introducing this initiative is basically, as you very well know, we have recently launched a long-term vision for Cyprus shipping with 3 pillars under the name Sea Change, where S stands for sustainability, E for extrovert, and A for adaptability, including 35 sustainable actions. One of these actions is, of course, the platform that you see now on your screen. And this shows our extrovertness approach. Basically, is the reason of having this platform is to enable us to engage in continuous consultation on current maritime affairs and emerging issues with all the shipping executives globally, nationally, including also NGOs and the civil society. We are opening a window to communicate, to exchange views with everybody on topics such as the green transformation of shipping, the digital transformation, safety and security, coastal navigation, seafarers issues, and any other issues that our viewers consider important to share with us. Basically, by visiting this page, there is a small description on the purpose of this platform, which is what I already mentioned, the extroverted approach. And then we present the different options. If, for example, you choose to submit your views, your ideas, your concerns on the green transformation, then there are subcategories like the green incentives, the deployment of the relevant fuel infrastructure, cleaner fuels, the use of energy technologies. And by pressing share your views, you enter a page where you can provide your details and share your views. If you want to submit a document, then you could use the email referred to this page, which is seedchange2030@dms.gov.cy. The same, of course, goes for all the other issues like the digital transformation, the safety and security, the coastal navigation issues, and the seafarers issues. I mean, we would like to know issues such as the welfare of seafarers, the training, certification. So on all these issues, our viewers are free to communicate with us. And the reason of doing that is a different way of communicating with the shipping industry. We are not losing our human face, but we provide a different channel that anybody who feels submitting a complaint, submitting an idea, providing feedback on any of the issues, or has in mind sharing with us a proposal, is free to do through this platform, which remains, let's say, strictly confidential. Any views that we get, we will definitely respond, I mean, immediately, or if it's an issue that needs some evaluation, the purpose is to evaluate and reply. But if we see that on this platform there are issues that are quite popular, or there are ideas that deserve closer evaluation or attention, we are planning to organize on a frequent basis virtual meetings with open to anybody from the global or national shipping community to have an open discussion and exchange of views. And the purpose is, of course, to get your feedback, to collect intelligence from everybody in order to adapt it in our policies, in our legislation, in our incentives, or in our approach and in our national position when we present our country to the EU or to the IMO, because this is a way to demonstrate that we want to be as close as possible to the shipping industry, to grasp their concerns, their proposals, and being an ambassador of the shipping industry to the global or European fora. And also this fits and is aligned with our objective that we want to contribute to a positive change for global shipping. And this is how we would like to do it, by providing the opportunity to anybody to submit ideas, because if you want to lead, if you want to contribute, you have to be a good listener. So we invite everybody from the shipping community, ship owners, ship managers, seafarers, organizations or individual companies or associations representing different groups or NGOs, or even the civil society that is not so, they are not so deeply involved to the shipping industry, to share views, because we want to collect intelligence. So I think this platform, as you see, is a very user-friendly. It gives the information and provides the opportunity to comment, provide feedback on all the hot topics affecting shipping, but also any other views that you want to signal. So use it so we can together work and for a better future for shipping. We don't believe that we know everything. That's why we feel responsible to exchange the views with you. And of course, the website is it appears in 2 languages, is English and Greek. So this is how you turn it to the Greek language. You see now all the options appear in Greek. And of course, our plan, whenever we collect something that deserves the organization of a meeting, of a brainstorming publicly, it's something that, of course, is we are prepared to do with our technical experts, depending on the file. So Cyprus Shipping is here, and as promised, with our recently launched strategy, we want to be more sustainable, more extroverted, and more adaptable in order to contribute to a positive change for global shipping. So use this platform for the benefit of the shipping sector and to provide us the opportunity to represent the sector wisely and effectively to the global and European arena. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Osher. I'm the founder and CEO of ShipIn. We were thrilled to be announced as the 2021 Technology Award winner of SAFETY4SEA, and it's great to be back here in this forum. Today, I'd like to speak to you about how visual fleet management can improve safety and security on board the vessels. We all realize and understand, the inherent constraints of our industry. Ship owners and managers are tasked with overseeing and managing remote and disconnected assets that are separated from one another and are operating in a complex industrial environment, operating heavy machinery, cranes, engines, sometimes in heavy seas and remote locations and not such a great connectivity. And that's just part of how we do business. Often when we speak to people outside of the industry, we provide the example of a comparison, how performance management is done on a $100 million factory, as an example, versus a $100 million vessel. And to elaborate on this a little bit, you can imagine that at a factory, the shop floor manager is located on site. He sees everything that is happening. He has a control room that with IoT input gives him 24/7 understanding of his production, efficiency, unexpected downtime, root cause analysis, etc. Unfortunately, in the maritime industry, on board vessels, it's not the case. We're still lagging, right? We rely mostly on the known reports and not a lot more of information is coming in, although it's gradually changing. The point here is to say that we're a bit behind and the tools must come to the fore, and we have to provide digital tools to fit the era and the times in which we're operating. And ShipIn was established to do exactly that. We are a group of seafarers and technologists that have come together to equip seafarers, first and foremost, with advanced tools to deliver a safe and productive voyage and voyages. We do that by delivering those digital mechanisms and platforms that enable, you start with remote guidance of the team ashore to that, on board the vessels, to the crew on board, and collaborating. We do that by providing early hazard detection, mostly around safety. We do that by enabling sharing of best practices across your fleet, which today is a bit of an issue, and protecting from external malpractices, whether it is cargo surveyors, whether it is stevedore damages, and so on. And also providing visibility to low traffic areas of the vessel. And as we know, the risks have increased in recent months and years on matters of security, like drug smuggling, stowaways, piracy, etc. So what is really fleet management, visual fleet management, and how it can help you run your fleet in a better way? I'll explain that in three quick steps. The first one is that we deploy at zero capex, by the way, it's all part of the subscription. We deploy cameras and an edge server to the vessels. These are installed in the working areas of the ship, as you can see here from the GA, in the wheelhouse, on the wings looking onto the deck. In this tanker example, they're also installed on the manifold, and of course in the engine room, where you have the cameras on the engine control room, main engine, auxiliary engines, steering room, oily water separator, etc. The second step, and perhaps the core of our solution, is that every vessel is producing over 10,000 hours of raw video on a monthly basis, and the system, it's obviously no human eye is able to capture this amount of information. What our edge server does, it takes all that data in real time, analyzes it, and detects discrete events. And these can be as maintenance activity, in this case in the steering room, a PPE notification, and ingress of water as well. As I said, all of this is done by the edge on the vessel in real time. And then what is happening is that the captain on board the vessel has his dashboard, the captain, the chief engineer, for the events that are happening. As we all know, it can be a 200, 300 meter ship, multiple decks. We cannot be in all places at the same time. At the same time, we have patents on the communication, efficient communication of visual information from ship to shore, such that you have the ability to see the same dashboard from your office, see the same visual information, and collaborate and communicate with the crew on top of that information. This is enabling a seamless collaboration that is, again, by the patents that shipping has in this space. We take that first from the visual component, but then we add additional senses and sources of information to provide your holistic visual fleet management platform. A quick peek into our dashboard. What you're seeing in front of you is obviously where the vessel is located and where was it actually located at the same time of a specific event that you're seeing, and what was the weather conditions at that time. Each line here at the bottom represents an event that was detected, and all events are categorized then according to 4 main categories: cargo, maintenance, bridge, and safety. The traffic light colors should be self-explanatory and represent, as you can imagine, red is for alerts, yellow is for anomalies and non-conformities, etc. And then you have the green where most of the value is coming from. It's for the first time you're able to measure and track routine activities across your operations. Then you're able to download the specific event, you're able to share it with your team, and you're able to chat with the crew. So for the first time, you have the owner, the manager, the crew on board sitting on the same platform, seeing the same information, and collaborating as if they're working shoulder to shoulder. The benefit, the economic value of our solution is estimated by our customers at $400,000 per year. So it's a big number. It's coming from reducing incidents on board by over 40%. And those incidents can be incidents that are operational, they can be maintenance in nature, and they can be external incidents, such as, we mentioned the security or malpractices, external malpractices of other stakeholders that are around the vessels. Second aspect of the economic value is to increase your utilization and throughput from the vessels by increasing the efficiency on cargo operations, reducing turnaround time, and enabling a more active, rapid cargo operations in terminals, benchmarking of the terminals, and then the ability to do even guidance on tank cleaning and so on. These have a very significant impact on your economic performance and your overall revenue per vessel in your entire fleet. And lastly, it's about delivering that seamless, unprecedented ship-shore visibility that, as we mentioned, all manager, owner, and crew are on the same platform, seeing the same information at the same time. I'll finish by highlighting, so we are a global company. We are headquartered in the Boston area in the United States. We have IT and development based in Cyprus and in Tel Aviv, and our operations is managed out of Singapore. We are a group of seafarers and technologists that have come together and working to deliver the solutions, these advanced solutions to the industry. And just to highlight a couple of examples, we have our chief scientist, David, who is a PhD in MIT in computer vision with over 80 patents in the space of computer vision, has been applying computer vision in manufacturing for over 20 years, and we're now doing it together in the marine environment. Captain Ahmed Khan, who was a master mariner, an experienced tanker captain, and a very experienced fleet manager that is heading our fleet management. And also highlight Dr. Kirsi Tika, who was the former executive vice president of American Bureau of Shipping and has been working with us for some time now. This is a little bit about us. I'll conclude our presentation here and invite all of you to visit our website, which is shipin.ai, and reach out, ask for a demo. We are at your service. Also feel free to just reach out to me directly at any time. Thank you for the attention, and looking forward to speaking with you soon.
Hello, my name is Ulf Rodseth. I'm a senior scientist at Sintef Ocean here in Trondheim, Norway, and I will give you a short introduction to the IMO Reference Data Model and how we believe that can help speed up maritime digitalization. Ships, as you all are aware, needs a lot of digital connectivity. There's a lot of different stakeholders on shore and on other ships that you need to be in touch with. And it's a very complicated system. You have the ship onboard data networks, you have the satellite communication facilities, perhaps mobile satellite and so on. E-navigation is one concept you have to think about. Maritime single windows, commercial ship operation, port operations, and so on. And all of this has to be coordinated. The problem, so to speak, is that there are different groups of stakeholders working in each of these areas. Here are some examples. IMO, ISO, World Customs Organization, and UNEC on maritime single window, and what we call the FAL ship reporting, Facilitation Committee ship reporting. E-navigation, onboard and ship shore commercial data exchanges, and so on and so forth. And this is connected to the protocol development. And with the protocol development, you also have to develop data models, kind of a representation of what information you exchange. And all of these organizations have also different approaches to data models. And the result of this is that we get some overlap in specifications from the different organizations. So there is a certain need for coordination here. And these I show here is just some examples of things we have identified over the last half year or so. And it kind of gives you an impression of the complexity of the situation. But these are only examples, and there are many more. However, it's not possible to go for kind of one common standard for everything maritime. The different domains are quite large and complex, and it's basically the overlap between the domains we want to concentrate on. If you try to get all the requirements from all the domains and all the data elements from all the domains, you will get a complexity which is impossible to handle, and it will be impossible to maintain anything like that. So we need to concentrate on commonalities between the areas. And one example is, for instance, the ship position, which appears both in e-navigation, in FAL reporting, and it's also floating around in the bridge network. We should have a kind of common definition of what the ship position is, how it is represented in different areas, and how we can map back and forth between them. Another example is, for instance, low-level protocols for transfer information between ship and shore. Today, there are at least three different initiatives developing specifications. All three are based on HTTP, this hypertext protocol, but they are different, and it will not be possible to use the same software for all three applications. It would be quite easy, actually, to develop one common specification in this area. So basically, as I said earlier, there is a need for coordination in this area if you want to speed up digitalization in the maritime sector. And we have started this work, and it started with the single window challenge, where we have three different organizations. ISO, working with this from a kind of ship operations point of view. UNEC, which works on this from supply chain, electronic trade point of view, and World Customs Organization, which works on it from a governmental regulatory point of view. So it's different perspectives, but the data elements that we want to exchange is the same. So it was agreed in 2020 that we should have cooperation to develop a common reference data model for ship reporting according to the FAL Convention between these organizations and IMO. And this was the starting point for the IMO Reference Data Model. The reference model is a kind of neutral representation of all the information elements that you need to send to shore for a foreign port call according to the FAL Convention. This model is built up in a way that doesn't bind it to any particular standard, but there are also translation tables to each of the three data models that are involved in the work, ISO, UNECE, and the World Customs Organization. So you can actually report some of the information in EDIFACT, for instance, container cargo manifest, and other information in XML in ISO format, and it will fit together and give a single window approach to the reporting problem. This was, I would say, a good success and was noticed by the industry. And we have got a lot of good feedback on this initiative. And there is also now starting to get the new elements into the data model and new applications. We have already started work with the ship certificates, and now we are in the process of starting port call optimization. The idea here is to work together with the IALA, the International Association for its Navigation and Lighthouse Authorities, and DCSA, Digital Containers Shipping Alliance, and some other organizations, to develop a common model for port call optimization and just-in-time arrival to port. And this will be incorporated in the IMO data reference model and also published as an ISO standard mention. So, and we expect this work to continue. As I said, this has been picked up by the industry. There's a lot of the big organizations organized or involved in this work. International Association of Port and Harbors here, VIMCO, ICS, and so on. It's really something that has caught the attention. VIMCO has also made a new clause that can be included in charter parties, for instance, with port call data exchange clause, which recommends the use of the IMO data model framework for data exchanges between ship and shore. We are also working on extending the reference data model to a more complete architecture. I mentioned protocols for data transfer between ship and shore, and there are also other issues we need to cover here. And this is also work that is underway. The reference data model, of course, is here, but we also have a correspondence group working towards the FAL 46 meeting in April to start to look at some of the roles and functions, the information requirements for the different parties, data exchange patterns and things like that. This will be integrated with safety and security measures from the standard organizations, and hopefully create a more integrated architecture for data communication in the maritime sector. There are similar initiatives on the land side in what we call intelligent transport systems, mainly road traffic. And we're also looking at whether we can use some of these ideas and also eventually perhaps integrate some of it with land-based transport. Finally, I would also like to point out that the maritime sector is a very small sector. There's about 100,000 ships in international trade, and all these 100,000 ships are more or less different. If you compare it to the 7.5 billion smartphones that are in the world, about half of them are in use on 2 platforms, you see that in the smartphone business, we can rely on the kind of natural selection when it comes to development of standards. And this will not be possible in the maritime domain. We really need to structure our cooperation, and the cooperation needs to be international. It's quite expensive to develop the necessary standards, but once they are in place, they will be of benefit to everybody, and we can also reduce costs, and it will also eventually kind of form a digital ecosystem where we can get new innovations ready and available for the market. So, to conclude, as everybody has noticed, there is a heavy drive towards maritime digitalization, of course, from all parties involved in the sector. But I will claim that there are too many uncoordinated initiatives that could benefit from a kind of common framework where they could put their respective standards into. The work we so far have been doing on the IMO Reference Data Model is very well received, I would say, in the industry, and is a very good starting point for this architecture. And it can also be used to leverage cooperation by using the stakeholders to support initiatives based on this ICT architecture. So, starting from the reference data model, we also want to look at the possibility of developing a more comprehensive reference architecture, also covering some of the communication aspects, role aspects, and so on. And this can further be used to link the initiatives better together. And finally, international cooperation is essential in this. The sector is too small to just wait for standards to emerge. We really need to work together internationally to get this up and running. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, feel free to contact me. And I'm always welcoming suggestions and questions. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I would like to start by thanking SMART4SEA for organizing this forum and giving us the chance to discuss some of the key challenges and opportunities in the maritime sector today. It's always a pleasure to join these forums, even if we do so remotely. Now, I know we are going to talk about how technology is a game changer and a disruptor in shipping and logistics, and I believe that is true. But I want to put this into perspective. What I want to do first is try and dispel a myth about shipping being reluctant to change, about it being a conservative industry that is afraid of new technology. Shipping has a long history of change, of using technology, new technologies and new ideas. It has seen some pretty radical innovations over the years, decades and centuries. Some of the changes are slow and incremental, but some of these changes that have been sweeping and dramatic, but often, just like shipping itself, is largely hidden from view. Ships are by nature technological beasts, and for hundreds of years, particularly since the age of steam, they are the largest regularly built mobile structures we humans make. The engines are huge, the cargo capacity massive, as are their energy demands. Ships have been under constant development. The sailing ships led the age of the great tea clippers to the revolution of the steamships in the late 18th and early 19th century, and to the diesel engine just over 100 years ago, and so on. Electricity has discovered and harnessed for society around the same time and became a staple for the development of ships. Then came radio waves. Many will have heard the word of Marconi, and radios used for safety at sea, first then increasingly a tool for communication, and then with digitalization of radio frequencies, the transfer of data. These were in time game changers happening. These were in their time game changers happening when society as a whole took these inventions and discoveries too. To some extent, the same is true now, but it is the speed of change, not the change itself, that is so remarkable. Why key emerging trends in society will impact shipping hard? Ships were for centuries semi-hidden leviathans, manned by crews considered as hard and mysterious as the environment they had to deal with. They remained out of sight and out of mind. But ships being on the oceans needed the technologies to work properly and fully, and to be repairable when out on the deep sea by those on board. This is the conservative nature of shipping. The need for assurance of the technology or solution to work in a marine environment, not the fear of change. The 20th century saw containerization, steel hulls being welded, and increased vessel power. We then saw satellites provide communication tools. Now ships were getting safer, and one could be in touch with them. All of this happened in a very, very short time. Today's ship is no longer remote, disconnected, and mysterious leviathan. It is connected and understood. As I said, shipping has been evolving. Today we talk about decarbonization of our industry by the year 2050. And by the way, 2050 is as far in the future as 1994 is in our history today, a year that saw a standardized World Wide Web gain global traction, a year when Sony released the PlayStation, and a year when Jeff Bezos founded Amazon, and a year that tragically the Estonian ferry sank in the Baltic Sea. To some, these events will be like yesterday, revealing how short a time we had to change. But for others, it will seem as easy challenge given how we have seen shipping as society changing over time. Now, we can argue that this technological progress has been too slow, but it was at the same time as society. But today we now we have a new speed. Things are changing quicker, largely thanks to communication speeds and processing power be faster and stronger. This is where we are now. It is likely being sat in a slow speed boat and suddenly throttling the engine. But like a speeding boat or a car, we need care. We need our metaphorical seatbelts, and we need to know how to handle things to stay safe while enjoying the ride. In the next 28 years, we need to collectively do to shipping what the web has done to our lives. We have all these digital tools that are here thanks to the increased processing power over the years. We have, however, a lot of potential tools at our disposal. The vessel performance market is vast, with digital tools able to offer insight and savings, assuming there are no other tools being used already. So this is what I want to talk about in the next few minutes. How shipping's deep-rooted dependence on technology is mission critical. How adoption of the right tools is vital as ship owners, managers, and operators increase the speed of their transition and transport chain integration, and why, with shipping no longer being high over the horizon, key trends merging in society will play a big role in our industries and impact them. Ships' deep-rooted dependence on technology is set to become mission critical, as I said before. One of the reasons we will see digitalization become an important aspect of a modern and near future shipping industry is because the people, the companies, the industries that rely on shipping are already using vast amounts of transportation and logistics data to improve their performance, report to stakeholders, and make investment decisions. The shipping companies that are helping with this, who are answering the call to become integrated suppliers, are the ones that will gain the benefits. But shipping is largely focused effectively, safely, and cleanly getting cargoes from A to B, or providing specified services for specific clients. That is our purpose as an industry, and to do that, and to do it competitively, we have continuously improved the technology we have been using. But now it's happening so much faster as we have solutions that can bring shippers, cargo owners, and clients so much more while helping us as an industry meet our new challenges. So, which technologies? The answer is as much about digital as it is about heavy engineering solutions and fuel choices. It is about how to best implement the reiterative benefits of machine learning and data analysis, about how the broadness of artificial intelligence can be honed into specific applications in shipping. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are no magic words with which to say with a one switch like a magician coming in and using his or her darkest secrets. This is a fast computer processing with the reiterative benefits that will need specific data to get it right. Adoption of the right tools will be critical for success across future integrated communication and supply chains. There are virtual reality tools being used in society and yes, at sea, to help with training and maintenance. There are artificial intelligence programs that can use the right data and get the right answers, but not just taking the data as read, but having the right capabilities written into them to be able to clean, determine, and even discard data. And this is also where we, in the shipping sector that are supplying services and solutions to the ship owners and managers, need to be accurate and aware. The tools we offer need to be well-defined and fit for purpose. They need to be able to easily and effectively connect ship owners and managers with their clients. They need to be easy to use and, of course, extremely secure. Cybersecurity is no longer an unwanted service. It is a necessity. Cyber attacks, ransomware are all too common nowadays. These attacks are not always direct attacks. Just look at the earlier this month, February 2022, when European oil facilities in ports were hit by a cyber attack. The details are unclear, given the fact different companies were hit simultaneously. The security gap may have been in common software provided by service provider, or through a breach of email servers to send out malicious spam. This opportunist backdoor approach is not usual. Is not unusual. And why in a connected world shipping needs to take continual care. But the benefits outweigh the risk by a huge factor. This is a game changer. Shipping as a service needs software as a service. It needs digitalization as a service. It needs the companies, the people it can trust, to take it on a journey where it sees the clients going, other industry going, and society going. The digital solutions do not need to sit on a ship where a bug cannot be properly resolved, unless we start training hundreds of thousands of seafarers to be software experts. It needs to be able to do it within the unique context of shipping, the remote but connected multi-billion-dollar made Leviathans. Ships are not full of digital ones and zeros. They are full of valuable cargo and valuable people. We need to remember why digitalization has to be a game changer and how it can be a game changer for good. History has shown us that there have been times that technology has been developed for the sake of the technology. It is soon redundant. Digital tools, the game-changing tools, are the ones that bring value to shipping stakeholders, and to the future. And with that, I would like to end and say a big thank you.
Thanks for staying tuned with us. Welcome to the second panel of this SMART4SEA Virtual Forum. We had, after the, let's say, the first panel, we had a set of 4 presentations regarding the C.O.M.E platform by Vassilios Demetriades, a new platform. We've seen how visual fleet management improves fleet safety and security by Osher. An excellent presentation on standards about the IMO Reference Data Model. We were discussing and touching the standards issue on the standardization issue on the first panel. An excellent presentation by Ornulf Jan Rodseth. And we had a technology as a perpetual game changer by Andreas Chrysostomou before we come to this second panel. And in this panel, we're talking about game changer technologies, with shipping showing an increased interest in blockchain, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, Internet of Things, and other revolutionary technologies over the last years. We've seen 3D printing and so on and so forth. However, these are not, let's say, mainstream so far. It's about time for the shipping to consider potential efficiency and benefits of these game changer technologies. And we would like to discuss in this panel transforming shipping with these technologies, barriers, drivers, impact of these new technologies, any sort of best practices in this application, potential issues, challenges maybe, and discuss about the shipping transformation that has been accelerated after the pandemic. Now, in order to have this discussion, we are accommodating 4 panelists in this session. Let me introduce them to you. We are having Andreas Chrysostomou, who is the Chief Strategy Officer of Maritime. We have Sanjeev Namath, who is the Chief Business Officer of Alpha Aero Technologies. Marcus Wenning, who is the Team Leader of Autonomous Systems with WinGD. And last but not least, Iason Zaharidakis, Operational Technology and Energy Manager with Large-Co Marine Management. Gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all in this panel. And I would like to ask, with my first question, I would like to ask you to briefly touch upon and highlight any sort of best practices you've seen with how these new technologies can be applied to shipping and what you've seen so far, and how do you feel that we will move on as an industry from that point onward. I would like to start with Andreas, linking this session with the presentation of Andreas about technology. Andreas, let's hear from you. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Apostolos. Since I'm the first one to cast the stone, I would just not repeat what I said before. But as I said in the presentation, there is a kind of misconception that shipping is delaying to absorb or uptake technology or any kind of technology. There were different barriers in the past, which shipping might not have been customer driven. But as the technologies progress and we are entering the end of last century and the beginning of this one, we see that the customers are demanding certain things when they transport their goods, and therefore technologies are much faster and better uptaken by shipping. I mean, in the past we had many rumors saying shipping is cyclical. When the freight rates were high, we're doing something good. Why should we change it? When the freight rates were low, we could hear the counter argument saying the freights are low, I cannot afford having new technology. Now, the best practices, though, is that these new technologies that we're talking about, the digital ones, are cheaper. And they can apply it everywhere, from the point of view of imagining certain things that they don't exist, and therefore you can have simulations and augmented realities in order to have training or to outfit a vessel, for example, if you're in a shipyard, but also to the most important one that we're talking about now, how to improve our efficiency in order to achieve decarbonization. But in essence, before we get to decarbonization, to achieve zero and neutral carbon shipping, we need to improve our efficiency. And as I said, these technologies can help us squeeze as much energy as possible from each molecule of fuel. I will leave it to that because I think my time's up.
Okay, thank you, Andreas. Marcus, from the engine maker lens, how do you think these, technologies may be applied? And I'm sure you incorporated some of these technologies in what you provide.
Yeah, I think I can give a little bit a glimpse on the engine designer business here, and our main driver here is surely the cost reduction for both for our customers and for WinGD internally. And I think maybe one best practice that I could highlight in this regard is that when it comes to operational cost reduction, speaking of maybe maintenance cost reduction through anomaly detection, it's important to really cooperate closely together with the customer, the owner, since here we've seen that it was quite beneficial for the development of those of our anomaly detection algorithms to have this close contact to our customer, and this was also much appreciated. So that's maybe something I would highlight in this respect. Other than that, we think there are other drivers like safety or regulatory aspects, for example, safety in terms of reducing the number of difficult inspection tasks or the interference of the crew with dangerous cargo and fuels. And as for legislation, can be also an enabler, whereas it has to be clear and unified, otherwise it could become a barrier instead. And I think the barriers already Andreas has outlined a bit. Here we also would see some tradition or maybe resistance to change as the main barriers. Maybe also a kind of lack of trust in the digital technologies, both from a monetization point of view, but also from the technology itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll get back to these drivers and barriers, because that's a huge discussion about how we could, let's say, accelerate and how we could enable all these technologies faster. But I'm just asking for any sort of best practices, let's say as an opening question, any sort of specifically best practices you've seen of how these technologies may be applied in order to assist several players and different types of stakeholders across the industry to move shipping forward. Sanjeev, your thoughts with respect to any sort of best practice of how you see these technologies to be applied to assist the industry.
Thank you, Apostolos. So in Alpha, we use the big data that we stream from our around 300 ships that has been installed with our smart ship technology. So, and we see good traction in the AI-based applications for voyage fuel optimization. That has been a key win for us, and that has driven our uptake of our solutions amongst our clients, and it has increased the adoption of the digitalization within our clientele. And the forthcoming regulations that drives the industry towards reduction in carbon emissions, the CII and the AER, and also the transparency in reporting, the transparency in emission reporting, that is driving the adoption. So one is that the voyage fuel optimization application that we see a good success, and the other one is the predictive maintenance. So the predictive maintenance solution that we have rolled out on the main machineries, that has been also a good success with our, and apart from the decision support that we provide to the crew. So that has been a game changer for us, apart from the transparency that the ship-shore connection provides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now let's hear from for those who are, let's say, actually the recipients of all these goodies. Iasonas, your thoughts, what sort of best practice can you share with us? What sort of these technologies you incorporate in the way that you operate ships?
Thank you, Apostolos. We do consider that the needs, first of all, we have to identify the needs because the needs are to transfer the sector and trigger the new technology. and not to try to take advantage of an existing technology in another sector and trying to adopt it in the maritime industry. So I will repeat more or less what has been said up to now, stating the key drivers that exist. And indeed, the introduction of the new regulations and policies are from various entities such as IMO and EU do highlight the way forward on how the vessel needs to be operated. And this is a vessel that needs to adopt efficient design and greener fuels. Another key driver that also result in adopting new technology is the visibility that there is now on the vessel performance. There are platforms that can accommodate data from MRV or AIS, and these data are provided freely to charterers, investors, and capital. This is a tool, this is a technology that really privileges the motivation towards green investment. And last but not least, I think that we have to mention that Z generation, that now it is becoming the new customers, have a completely different view. They do not want to work or buy from companies that they do not respect the environment, but keep only into account the benefit, the wealth. This is not a substantial model.
So you mean something like a social pressure, you mean? Because
correct, exactly.
Okay, because actually, you know, the ship managers are invisible at the end user of these products, especially those who are not necessarily in the container business and the cruise business. And all the other, you know, these, because actually the shipping manager is a provider of transportation services. And these managers are more or less, aside from the containers and the cruise, are more or less invisible to the end user. So that's why. But you say that we have to also take into account for that, all of us.
Apostolos, you can think about the courier services, DHL, that they trying to highlight that they are using green fuels in order to transfer the parcel. And this is something that it is really matters to the new generation. So in general, also the maritime industry transferring products. So everybody and needs customers. These customers will pay attention to the fuel that is going to be used.
We have to accommodate for that, because ESG now, I think, tops it up in the agenda of many stakeholders across the industry, and they have to account for that, absolutely. Now, I would like to stay on this, you know, new developments we have. I would like to ask about the potential barriers, not the drivers, because you pointed out a number of drivers that they're going to move towards an accelerated adoption of these new technologies. How about barriers? Andreas?
Surely, I will mention about I will mention data integrity. Also, we are taking advantage of platforms that they are supposed to provide preventive maintenance, and in order to be utilized, we need a large volume of data. Now, the main point is not to gather the data or transfer the data. This is something that we have achieved in. The main point is the accuracy and reliability of the data. If we fit the machine learning model with data that are not accurate, then the result will not be beneficial for us. So data accuracy is very clear, very important. Another thing is the clarity that we don't still have on the regulation regarding the environmental steps that we have to take in. The hard logistics that the green fuels, hydrogen, ammonia, or zero or net zero fuels exist. These are the main barriers that we can see up to now.
Andreas, your thoughts?
I would definitely agree with Iason. what he said is absolutely right. At this specific moment, we try to use digital tools to actually use them for our benefit, whether that is for design, whether that's for reducing our carbon footprint. But I will stay on the carbon footprint because that's very important. We're using it for that at the moment, but we have no clarity what is coming over for the new fuels, the new technologies that we have to use. And they're so young that we cannot really rely on them on a big scale. So that's a big barrier. The second barrier, as Yasun said, is the reliability of the data, but also the security of the data. I mean, the new technologies that we have, they are based on digitality, which therefore means that they are vulnerable to cyber security as cyber attacks. That's why we as Sudotheo as well, we are having a complete set of digital tools to give you to, and also to protect your data. But the last barrier that I see as far as I'm concerned is that what has been said about the social issue. There is the direct social issue has been said by you on the container side or the cruise shipping, but it comes indirectly to the other sectors of shipping, which thanks God that we have people like Yasun say it has an effect on that. And we, as you rightly said, we have ESG, we have Poseidon principles, we have sustainable financing. So yes, social issues, it's pressing, and the barrier to that is that we don't believe it refers to us, but it refers to some other sectors.
Okay, Sanjeev, your thoughts?
Yeah, just to add on to what Andreas and had said earlier on, one of the key barriers that we see is the non-standardization of the data, the data protocol. So on the ships, you have the standardization of the protocol only on the navigational equipments, where NMEA is mandated for data fusion requirements. But when it comes to the cargo systems or to the machinery systems, it's all over the place. It's left to the OEMs to decide what kind of data protocol is to be used, and that drives up the cost for digitalization. And I think I would allow to see a world where there is a standardization of the data protocols, the data structure, and all the data that is there to be had is available in one single interface for the clients, the ship owners, the solution providers to access and provide the analytics. That is number one. And number two, as a solution provider, when we started off our journey way back in 2016, 17, we saw a lot of resistance on the ground, from the users. So the change management, the mindset to adopt digitalization, that is, we find it as one of the major barriers. So the solutions as we have in the market are all decision support solutions. We need users, the frontline users, to adopt the analytics, the insights that the solutions provide and act upon them. So unless they believe in the digitalization and act upon the insights, the actionable insights that are provided by the analytics, there is no value to be realized. So there is a big change management thing, and that I believe is the elephant in the room, that we need to tackle. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from Marcus, and I'll get back to you. Marcus, your thoughts?
Yeah. Basically, say again.
Your thoughts on the potential barriers? What are the barriers?
Yes. So basically, I fully agree with what was previously said, and maybe especially what Sanjeev touched upon, the digital transformation also comes with organizational or cultural transformation, and we actually see that we probably will need a new type of engineer. So we don't need that just a normal data scientist. We need more like a mechanically infused data scientist, because it's now two worlds come together. We have like this physical mechanical world of the classic engine engineering, and then we have the new digital world, and we have to bring those two worlds together. And this is really maybe one barrier, because the workforce is not there at the moment. We get there slowly, step by step. And maybe that's something that I would like to highlight. And I just previously also touched upon the lack of trust. I think that's also one big topic here. There are a lot of consulting companies claiming that digitalization or programs only succeed in 30% of the cases, and there's something to be proven here. And also for the technology, for example, can a neural network really replace human decision making? There's a lot of debates about this, and I think here we have to build some trust. Yeah.
Okay, you touched a number of issues. I would like to go back. We've seen several drivers, because you pointed out the drivers. We've seen, regulation being a driver, because we do have to decarbonize the industry. Absolutely. You touched upon, energy efficiency, because fuel is a cost, and at the same time we have to monitor. Absolutely, that's a driver. And we've seen other things, driving the industry forward. But there are challenges. I would like to select a couple of the issues you raised. Sanjeev pointed out the lack of standardization. Standardization is a key issue for the industry, because it's the foundation where we build the industry upon. And I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of innovation in the future. Let's say, for example, we're going to see, I'm sure we're going to see much in the front of, let's say, carbon capture and storage, even using carbon fuels, because at some point, it's easier to go that road, because we have these carbon fuels now, instead of waiting maybe 5 to 10 years to have all these new fuels and the new engines, to test the engines and so on and so forth. We'll need some sort of transition to this new era. So we're going to see a lot of innovation, but I would like to go back to the lack of standardization, because Sanjeev, in his less than a minute statement, pointed out the key troubles, generated, especially with respect to, for example, the equities development. So I would like to ask your thoughts of how we could, let's say, improve the standards we have across the industry, and how do you think we can make the industry better, and maybe solve, let's say, proactively some of the issues that will be generated due to the lack of standardization. Iasonas, your thoughts. How are you handling this? Because you are an end user, let's say, of these technologies and all these new innovations. What are your thoughts about that?
I will totally agree with Sanjeev. Actually, this is what we are calling data integrity. It is another word for saying standardization. So it is an absolutely need to standardize and improve the data that we are receiving. We have come across with platforms from industry that they are fed from the vessel with a large volume of data. But I have to be honest, the outcome of the platform are not accurate because of the lack of reliability. I think it is an issue of IMO. It is an issue of that kind of entities to set up the rules in order to have correct data. The correct sequence is the following. First, we have to be sure that we are measuring correct, we are accurate, and then to try to improve the outcome. If we do not succeed the first step, we are not going to reach the outcome, the ultimate target.
Okay, thank you. Andreas, given your extensive experience of how regulations are being built in the IMO level, what are your thoughts? How can we as an industry improve standardization?
Thank you. First of all, I have to thank Yasun for bringing up the data integrity, because that's a very important point. But this is something not now in digital world, but it was part of computerization. I mean, it goes back to the 70s when I was a student. But when it comes to standardization, we have to accept that there are two roads to take. The one is the rigid road of international law or national law, which national law doesn't work for us. We need international law, which very rightly you mentioned places like the IMO. But there, of course, you're going to get performance standards, which they have to be agreed by the industry itself. And usually the body to do so would be the ISO. So for me, when it comes to standardization, I think we are on the point now that the industry itself, whether it's the digital industry, whether it's the shipping industry, both of them together, they want it and they need it in order to be able to, as Yasun says, to have results which are manageable and practicable, and they're actually accurate. You need to have standardized format for the data to come in, and also to have standardized format for communication of different equipment that they use that data. So I see that more or less standardization might be coming from ISO rather than IMO, but IMO will mandate such a standardization to take part in shipping. And in various parts, we might see ILO getting involved when it comes to training of seafarers and so on, or welfare of seafarers. But just simply to answer your question, it's a multifaceted. This industry is regulators, and it's also the ones that provide the industry with that specific product or service.
May I ask, Andreas, should we, let's say, and I would also like to address this question to Sanjeev and Marcus, should we expect to see any sort of association by the service providers to discuss these issues? Because we haven't seen, yes, I do understand the issue of having industry bodies such as the IMO and the ISO and IALA and others having panels discussing about it. Should we expect industry vendors coming together to discuss these issues? Because I'm sure we've seen it in other sectors, in other, industry subsegments as well. What are your thoughts about that?
Yes, you will. Because as you know, I'm wearing another hat called Marine Fields, which I'm the CEO, and that deals with protocol optimization. And we have seen there that several systems, like the POC community systems, they have their own associations, and they try to perform standardization between themselves. We also see the TOS, the terminal operating systems, doing the same. I know also there is the data association, which data providers association, which they have their own standards. So yes, you will see it. Now, whether it's marinized, I use the traditional word that we used to use in the mechanical world of shipping, whether it's going to be marinized or we're going to fit into that their own shoes, that's another story. I do not believe, and I think someone mentioned before, one size fits all. Everything has to be customized or at least incentivized for shipping. So, but I personally, without being a guru on the specific issue, but I believe, yes, you will see, because standardization cannot come from people which they don't have the actual knowledge. It has to be from people they have the knowledge. So you need a hybrid knowledge of digital, let's say, and how shipping works. Otherwise, we're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah. Sanjeev, your thoughts of how we can, let's say, improve the standardization infrastructure, let's say, in that sense.
Yeah. So I believe but there are these national bodies who are. I know for one thing that in Singapore, MPA is driving this dialogue in order to standardize the data structure. So, and also the industry bodies like DNVGL and the other classification societies are also discussing this aspect. I'm not sure if the makers themselves are. Maybe I will leave it to Marcus to comment. Maybe I'm not very clear if that discussion is happening amongst the OEMs. But it will be great, I think, from a ship owner's perspective or from an overall maritime industry perspective, that would drive down and level the playing ground, in the digitalization.
Thank you. Marcus, your thoughts, and if you can, let's say, enlighten us in way of any sort of collaboration between the engine makers to have, some sort of common standards, let's say.
Yeah. I think it's a quite difficult topic, and I have basically only some assumptions based on my experience. So I could envision that at some point there are currently some strategic partnerships built up. For example, there's this Kongsberg Cognify, where we have different suppliers come together, and maybe from there, like a dominant design for such a standardization will emerge. Other than that, I'm also part of the CMAC association. So within CMAC, all the engine builders here come together, and I'm part of the system integration group there, and we have very similar discussions. And I can tell you that it's quite tedious and quite exhausting to have those discussions. They're important, yeah, but it's quite a difficult task. And parallel to that, we have also now seen the importance of digital strategy within CMAC, and there's another, I would say, working group dedicated to this topic. And I think here is maybe a good point or a good way to that's a good way to address this. So but keep in mind that's it's a long way to go. Yeah.
Okay. Now I would like to ask you your thoughts about where do you see shipping to be as an industry in this learning curve? Do you think that we as an industry are a leader, let's say a follower, a bystander? And what do you think it should happen as we move towards 2030, maybe 2050, but let's stay on 2030 to accelerate the adoption of these new technologies into the way we do business as an industry? Iasonas, your thoughts?
I am considering that actually we are the followers. This kind of technology has been already applied in a higher extent in the shore industry. We have technology regarding fuel cells. We are using hydrogen and ammonia in the application at shore, but we are at the very, very beginning steps in maritime industry. We haven't specified and we haven't defined yet the regulatory that the ship owner has to, and the class authorities has to follow. So surely we are the followers. We are the followers.
Okay, thank you. Andreas, your thoughts?
In the plain comparison with other industries, yes, we are followers. But if we take into perspective our relativity to our size, complexity, and mix, we have sectors that they are in the forefront. And sometimes they might teach back the other industries. But as Iason said, we haven't done too much use. We haven't used ammonia, for example, but we have used LNG in one of the few of our sectors. We have used high digitalized methods to follow up on our cargoes in certain sectors, but it's very difficult for me to say yes and no, because you have a homogeneous, more or less homogeneous aviation industry, you have a more or less homogeneous shore industry, but we have a non-homogeneous, non-consolidated, international, global industry like shipping, with a number of different sectors, number of different players, and therefore it's very difficult to compare. But in an umbrella observation or a better view, yes, we're following. But when we are actually catch up, most probably we're going to start back teaching the others, because we have such a diversity in our own industry that obviously it has different challenges, that they are very big lessons for the others.
And may I ask, I mean, I would like to also allow Iason to also place his, feedback and thoughts on this. How could we accelerate that? I mean, okay, I'm sure there are issues. I mean, every sort of self-assessment should identify strengths and weaknesses. And I'm just asking, how could we as an industry, Andreas, accelerate that adoption of these new technologies? What are your thoughts about that?
As I said before, one thing that we have to explain to people when it comes to these new technologies, these are non-mechanical technologies. And obviously we're talking about different costs. and different threats. But we have seen that COVID accelerated the data exchange. It accelerated the remote communication in many industries, including shipping. And I think by the time we come out of the COVID pandemic, or the end of this pandemic as soon as I said, people in the industry have came in direct first-hand touch of these new technologies, whether not into the full extent of what I said before, like augmented reality or virtual reality or whatever, but at least what are we doing now? This remote gathering that gathers so many people and 6, 7 panelists at the same touch. So now they know more or less what this technology can do. So I think that's the best driver, that we have to continue to demonstrate to people what it is, and also explain that the cost is minimal in comparison to the benefit you will accrue.
Yeah, Iasonas, yes.
I will agree with Andreas and mention that, highlight that from my point of view, regulation is the key driver for accelerating the adoption of new technology. As I mentioned from the very beginning, the need is transfer the sector and trigger the technology. Not the technology. We are not focused on the technology, and we are trying optimum to adopt this in our services, in our business. We have to satisfy the need.
Yeah, I fully understand that. And you know, to put the horse, let's say, before the cart, to put it in that sense, because if you do it otherwise, if you adopt technology for the sake of technology, it doesn't make sense. And I will also fully agree with Andreas, because at his final words, he said, we have to explain there's an enormous benefit out of a minimal cost, and you get an enormous benefit of how you use these technologies and what can be done. And I'm sure it needs a little bit more marketing, let's say, internally across the industry and within different types of stakeholders. Sanjeev, your thoughts of how could we, let's say, accelerate the adoption of these new technologies across the industry?
Yes, I think Andreas and Iasonas had covered it well. For me, I think the cost of digitalization and the return of investment, that the clients see in adopting the technology, that would be a key driver. So once the value is seen as a multiple of the amount that they have to invest in new technology, that would drive the adoption. That is number one. And of course, the regulation itself is a key driver for this, that will accelerate the onset of this, the forthcoming regulations. The CII, AER is driving a bit of interest in digitalization, and so does the pandemic. The pandemic, we have seen when ships are completely disconnected from the shore, and the remote monitoring needs, the crew being away from the away at sea for extended period, being distracted, and additional support from the shore. So all that has seen an accelerated adoption of digital technology.
Sanjeev, you mentioned about 300 ships that using your technology, mentioned that you are in the market for 5-6 years, and mainly you're providing smart ship technology and predictive maintenance, and vessel performance, and so on and so forth. I would like to ask you, are you happy with what you see in the market adopting your services? I'm not asking for specific numbers. I'm just asking, the rate of adoption. Are you happy as a service provider with what you see in the market? So it's similar to the question we are discussing. That's why I'm asking this.
Yes, Apostolos. I'm not particularly happy with the rate of adoption. Yes, it can be much more given the value that digitalization can provide. It can be much more. And as in any industry, there are leaders within the maritime industry who are more visionary, and there are some laggards. There are also fence-sitters, right, who needs validation, who needs strong validation before they move in. So I think it is the way the industry has been. So I think we should not expect much change from that. But as Isonas was mentioning, regulation. So regulation, CII, AER, and all, and there is this huge chunk of operational efficiency that is there to be had, about 10 to 15% gain that is there to be had by adopting digitalization and using digital technology, in improving the operational efficiency. That would be a key driver for digitalization. That is what I believe.
I have a question about it, but I'll ask Marcus to comment on this before I open a new, let's say, topic for discussion. Marcus, your thoughts on how, as an industry, we could accelerate the adoption of these new technologies, maybe new innovation as well?
Yeah, I think there's maybe first, the utilization of strategic partnerships. I've seen a very impressive example with Maersk and IBM with the TradeLens platform. So basically, within just 2 years, they have announced the idea of this digital platform and then raised an ecosystem of more than 170 organizations. So I think such collaborations are one way to accelerate this development. Furthermore, I think it's important that we also focus on, like our differences. For example, we are following the car industry, so we're a follower in that sense. However, Sanjeev mentioned that using AI for voyage optimization purposes, and I think here we have some difference, because of course voyage optimization is different for maritime than for cars, and we can use different technologies for this kind of optimization. I think that's what we should focus on. Where are our niches, and try to develop our AI capabilities, for example, in this area.
Okay, I would like to go back to something that Sanjeev mentioned. We discussed in the previous panel, talking about optimization, the CII, the EXI, and all that stuff, talking about, marginal improvements, 5%, 10%, 50%, something like that. My question is, should we adopt any sort of new way of thinking, more innovative way of thinking, as we, as an industry, have to solve a riddle, let's say, the puzzle of how we move to 50% reduction, maybe full, being carbon neutral by 2040, 2050, we'll see how it goes. Do you think that this optimization road, the optimization way of thinking is enough, or should we now seek alternatives, more innovative ways of doing business? What are your thoughts on this? Let's start with Andreas.
You mentioned, I think I mentioned it before, that at the moment we're working around the problem. If the fossil fuels are the problem, the best way to achieve reductions is to minimize, is to increase your efficiency and squeeze out as much as possible energy from every molecule of fuel. The second missing here is also, if you want, if mainly is carbon, you mention it, then we have to start capturing a story. From my experience from the UNFCCC, the major problem there is not the capturing, but it's where do you store it. Now, there are technologies now that they're bringing up cements that you can build houses with that. So obviously you mentioned it as the carbon products, so we can use carbon products. But the goal of 2050 is to get away as far as possible from the hydrocarbons and the fossil fuels. But as on the period, in this transitional period that we are around the problem, then the only way to do it is to use optimization processes, is to use carbon capturing and storage, and start using slowly new technologies. I'm not convinced that all technologies are on equal footage, and I don't know if they can be mass produced. I mean, someone might be able to use, let's say, fuel cells, but someone else might not be able to use fuel cells. So And if everybody can use fuel cells, can the industry produce those fuel cells that we need at this specific point in time?
Yeah, absolutely. There are challenges that we don't know the answers yet. Absolutely. Iasonas, your thoughts?
Apostolos, I believe that the main idea behind the new regulation that IMO has been set, and I'm talking mainly about the CII, is that we need to be environmental adaptive, because the emission thresholds are getting are variable and are getting stricter and stricter. So, as Iasonas, I do not believe in investing in the optimizing the current configuration, which is based on the dirty oil. I think that we need to be environmental flexible. This means that we have to take advantage of blending the carbon fuel with pure clean fuels like hydrogen and ammonia, as I mentioned before. There are makers, and Vassilios, Marcus perhaps can confirm that they have initiated projects such as blending LNG with hydrogen, and this is the only way to go forward and meet always the new regulation thresholds. So this is my idea. We cannot optimize something that actually cannot give the solution. We have to think out of the box and start thinking that the dirty oil is not the fuel that we are going to use for the next, after 2030, for example.
Okay. Apostolos, may I say something here to supplement the answer here? Because if you look on the new Fit for 55 by the European Union, the so-called Fuel EU, it's actually saying exactly what Iason just said, that the heavy fuel continuously will be blended until it becomes not usable as a heavy fuel. So yes, that's the ultimate result. And the only thing that we try to do with even the MBMs, the market-based measures and so on, it's a cultural thing. It's just to prepare the culture, the working environment culture, to get into environmental consciousness.
Yeah. Marcus, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think decarbonization is quite a huge topic. Of course, as an engine designer, it's one of it's probably the main focus. Yeah, and without alternative fuels and also blends, this is not possible. In this regard, I think digital technologies may not revolutionize, I mean, this whole development, but rather support this development or being a catalyst. I mean, in the end, yeah, we will increase engine efficiency, but this alone will not solve the issue of greenhouse gas 2050. Yeah, so yeah, that's basically my 2 cents to this topic. Yeah.
Okay, and Sanjeev, because we started out of the comment that you've made, we have to, go to you as, last resource.
Oh yeah, yes, Vassilios. So I think I also clearly echo what Marcus said. Digital technology can only be a kind of transition, used in transition, until we find a permanent solution for zero carbon emission, right? And that is possible only by thinking out of the box or thinking of alternative fuels that does not have any emissions. So definitely, I think there is a lot of projects around the world that are taking off, and I'm sure the engine makers are also very, very much involved. Ammonia and the various other hydrogen and other, even nuclear is being talked about. So we need to see and watch and hope that it comes sooner than later. But in the meantime, to the run up until these options are available, we need to continually drive the reductions as much as possible as we go along. And for that, I think digital technology can help.
Okay, but I think I have to, make a quick comment about the but to what you said. You mentioned about the nuclear technology. I'm sure that if we're talking scientifically and purely scientifically, nuclear may be the best, one of the best, if not the best solution to move forward. But the society is not there yet, and we have to accommodate and reflect onto what Iason said about the Generation Z and the social pressures and so on and so forth. And if the society is not ready, and if it's not there, I'm sure that we cannot use, make use of a technology that it's, scientifically proven, yes, but at the same time, the general population do not want to hear about it, and so on and so forth. So I would like to ask you now about what sort of technology you think and you feel may have the best, let's say, upscale, the best use, let's say, by 2030, from what we discuss here and what you might, let's say, wish to say. I'm sure that, yes, we do, all of us have a very good background with respect to decarbonization, but you may touch other topics as well. I'm not asking you to discuss decarbonization. I'm asking you to just make your comments on what sort of technologies out of what we discuss may have a better application and better use by 2030 in the near future. Andreas, your thoughts?
It's a very big question for a small 90 seconds.
But you have been involved, for example, with port optimization. You've been
that's why I'm coming
projects, and that's why your thoughts may have an enormous value.
That's why I'm coming up and say that big data is another buzzword, but I think the technology that has going to be a big impact is blockchain. Blockchain, although started being used by at least in several areas, but blockchain has a tremendous, a tremendous prospect, and I think that would be the one I would put on the forefront if I have my 90 seconds for that. But saying that, as you said before, in relation to the nuclear technology, that the society is a bit afraid because blockchain is not easy to explain to everyone. Sometimes people are just get up, I don't understand this, it's no good. So blockchain is still under misunderstanding, and of course with some happenings in blockchain, and especially with the cryptos, some people they don't trust it yet. But I believe that it is one of the digital technologies that will be the future.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Andreas, both on the pros and cons you mentioned about the technology. Yes. Iason, your thoughts?
I will agree with Andrea regarding the blockchain. I will add also machine learning, because machine learning, on condition that we are going to succeed in getting reliable data, is going to help us to get from a plant maintenance system to continuous base maintenance scheme, and this will have benefits in OPEX, but also reliability of the vessel. We need to have preventive maintenance instead of acting on ad hoc. And the second point that I have to highlight, I believe that electrification and fuel cells are to dominate, because we have to shift from the fuel to the clean energy media. So I will summarize this too.
But Iason, my comment was about 2030. I mean, I would like, as a follow-up question, ask, do you think by 2030 we're going to see any sort of, extensive, let's say, actionable developments with respect, for example, to electrification and so on?
Apostolos, I know that the period that from passing from carbon to diesel was a huge one, and the period that was necessary from passing from diesel to now where we are using, we don't use plastic bags in supermarket. This is a new reality. Yeah. Again, was a very large one. Okay, I fully agree with this. But I do believe that the period from this present condition to a greener fuel and a new and greener operational profile of the vessel will not take the same large period. 2030, it's very close to us, and actions, from my point of view, are going to be taken towards the correct direction very soon. We are not going to have the same period, large period.
Yeah, and I fully agree with what you say. And if we go back in time, let's say in 2010, the industry was not discussing with the goals of 2020 in mind. Back in 2010, we were having a shorter horizon, let's say. So in that sense, as you put it in the time context, yes, most probably it's going to happen much faster. Absolutely. Sanjeev, your thoughts?
I believe in the short span of time, I think the 8 years horizon, I think maybe as we will see the advent of semi-autonomous ships aided by AI-based technology. And we, from Alpha perspective, we are working on a few cargo solutions that kind of transition the decision making from the ship to the shore. For example, the cargo planning on an oil tanker, for example, the cargo stowage planning in a parcel chemical tanker, for example, which are quite complex decision-making task that we have, with the aid of AI-based technology, have developed solutions that can do auto cargo stowage planning. So from the shore, by the operators with very limited ship operational knowledge. So I strongly believe that there would be a transition of decision making from the ship to the shore as we go along, and also the legalities of the master being the ultimate authority. There will be also some transition of the responsibility from the ship to the shore, and that would kind of aid and make a segue to the autonomous shipping. That is what I believe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Marcus, your thoughts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, although I have a personal preference for blockchain, I find it extremely interesting. I wouldn't highlight this one. I believe in 2030, we will have some kind of a blended world, yeah, in multiple dimensions. So we will have not only a conventional propulsion. I really believe that we will move more into a hybridized propulsion, into a direction of hybridized propulsion system. We will have even e-sails, flattener rotors, solar. So this will be blended, maybe even blended fuels, of course. And also the technologies, the digital technologies. I think, for example, combining blockchain with IoT, you could use it for device-to-device encryption, yeah, or IoT. You get big data, and then of course you will use AI or machine learning to make use of this data, yeah. So it's more a combination of those technologies, maybe. Not so much of VR or AR. I don't see this so much coming, but especially AI and blockchain and IoT. That's where I see big potential.
Okay, and let's say to sum up the panel, because you touched upon some sort of autonomous shipping, I would like to ask you briefly to see where do you feel that we as an industry will be, let's say in 2030, with respect to autonomous shipping. We're moving from connectivity to smarter shipping in some sense towards autonomous ships. What sort of progress do you feel will have been achieved by 2030? Just rough ideas, because I'm asking you to take your crystal ball and make a projection. But what do you think about it? Because we have a discussion across the industry talking about autonomous autonomous ships, and so on and so forth. Andreas, just some quick thoughts.
Very quick thought. I think by 2030 we'll be like the aeroplane. We have the crew, but we don't need it.
You think so? By 2030?
Why not? Why not? I mean, we are there. We have social pressures again that they don't accept. I mean, I said it before. There is a ferry that does cross the channel that doesn't have lifeboats. But because they're very well covered, there is no social pressure. But it does exist. And people say, I don't get on a boat, on a passenger ship, unless I have 100% lifeboats on each side of the vessel. And there are ships going around. So yes, I believe that we can be like the airplane.
Yeah, yeah. And even the same applies to the plane, for example, because as you correctly said, we don't need the pilots. But if anyone is being asked, to board the plane without the pilots, they say, no, I won't do it. Thank you very much. Even if you pay me, I'm not gonna be there. Absolutely. Yeah, a very valid comment. Iasonas, your thoughts?
I think it is an issue of trust. I think that firstly, we are going to materialize the autonomous ship in short distance industry, in short distance vessels. And next is easy to jump to the deep ship. This is what I am thinking, and I agree with Andreas that soon we are going to see this, because actually we will be on board.
Okay, thank you. Marcus, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think unlike in the automotive industry, there are no so many technology barriers, because you don't need 5G. You can live with 4G and some satellite connection, and you only need this low latency time in ports for some drones or something. So I think technology-wise, we are really there. It's more probably, it's a matter of trust, maybe a matter of regulation, maybe insurance. Yeah, so that's maybe what's prohibiting us. But I think, yeah. So.
And Sanjeev, your thoughts?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think in 2030 we can hope for semi-autonomous, the possibility of having some reduction of crew on board, not maybe 50%, maybe 20% at most, and autonomize certain decision making that crew are currently doing from shore, and move from there. That is what I believe would happen.
Thank you. Very optimistic. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I would like to thank our audience. We have a set of 4 presentations scheduled before we transit to the the final panel for the day. We'll be back in 60 minutes with a panel on cybersecurity. Till then, stay tuned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stefan Goranov. I'm the Program Portfolio Manager, Digital and Hybrid at Winterthur Gas and Diesel, and I have the pleasure today to present you our solutions for optimizing efficiency, performance, and environmental sustainability of merchant ship via shaft generators and hybrid arrangements. This presentation consists of 3 topics. First, I would look into the hybrid system for 2-stroke propelled merchant vessels and our approach for integrating them. Then I would elaborate on our hybrid control system solution, and I will conclude the presentation with a few insights on how do we see the efficient 2-stroke main engine in a hybrid setup. In our view, the hybrid energy system can be decomposed in the following components: the 2-stroke diesel or dual fuel engine, a shaft generator that can be having a function of the PTO or PTI, wherever it makes sense. There can be some battery package to aid the functionality of such a system.
This small power pack is integrated in a low voltage power grid, or also known as a DC link. And in this DC link, some auxiliary loads can be connected. Good example of this is a bow thruster. The low voltage power grid interfaces with the ship's electrical power plant on the electrical level, and on the control level, it integrates with the power management system. This whole power pack is being controlled by a holistic energy management system, and also includes a human machine interface and the opportunity to add additional energy resources whenever they are needed. We look into the integration of such a system in 4 dimensions. The first one being mechanical, where weight and physical size of components fits to the application. Then on the electrical integration side, this means that the distribution, conversion, and protection are intact, in line with the regulations and rules. The third one, where we actually add value to the system, is on the control side. So what the functionality is, and how the control interaction among the components in such a system are. And on the midterm, we are also looking how we can integrate thermally the system so that we minimize the thermal losses. The key factor for maximizing system efficiency from our perspective are 3. The first one is the system topology, where optimally sized components are integrated in the system that are fulfilling the technical and commercial requirements. The second one being the control strategy, in terms of energy management system, aiming for maximum efficiency of the ship as a whole. And the third one being the life cycle management, where our solution is an integrated advisory system for operation, diagnostics, and maintenance. There are a few fundamental questions that need to be answered on an early stage while considering such a hybrid system, or a system of greater complexity than what we used to know several years ago. So what is the most efficient system configuration? Is this configuration tailored to concrete operational profiles? Would the system include a battery? Would it make sense to have a battery or not? In terms of optimum system control, the question to be answered, especially if there is a battery in the setup, is where, when, and how much energy to produce, store, and use. As you know, that in such a setup with the PTO, part of the main engine power is being used for electrical production, and this makes it more difficult to predict the fuel consumption of the energy resources, or the engines, the main engine and the auxiliary engines during operation. Once we have main engine only connected to propeller, or auxiliary gensets connected to electrical load, the prediction is more straightforward. However, if we have this hybrid setup, now there is additional degree of freedom in the whole system. So there is not a straightforward way to predict that fuel consumption. What we as WinGD do actually is to find the optimum control strategy in a predictable way, that one can make sure that the energy is being produced, stored, and used in the most efficient way. Our solution development process is comprised by 4 general steps. First one, we start with collection and analyzing the requirements of our customers, so that we make sure that the system is tailored to concrete needs. Second, we model and run the system in a virtual environment, where we can define and derive the energy management strategies and confirm that the topology is being optimum. The third step is to design and implement the system, where we will support the shipyard for a turnkey project delivery, and the fourth one would be to support the operation and maintenance of the system we delivered. From the hybrid control system perspective, the question to be answered is where, when, and how much energy to produce, store, and use. And there is a very important detail here, that the solution actually is a bit more complex than it might look. We hear a lot, and we have done a lot of studies on how will the system behave if the engine is run on its optimal point in terms of specific fuel or gas consumption. And we figured out that if the components are not matched together, so the efficiency of the engine, for example, with the efficiency of the electromechanic conversion components, then we might end up in a situation that the system would burn more fuel than, despite that the engine is running in its optimal point. So what is important here is that we consider all the inefficiency of the system and define the control strategy based on that. What consideration we take in order to find the cross-section, the optimum cross-section of these two curves are the constraints in terms of power limit and transient capabilities of all the components, efficiency of the main engine plus shaft generator in a system coupled to the gensets, converters, and batteries, emission reduction potential, maintenance cost of the gensets and other components, energy storage capabilities. Those are determined by power, cycles, and temperature of the battery pack. The system must be reliable and available. And of course, the lifetime of the components must not be jeopardized. At the end, we end up with a quite complex problem to solve. How our approach to reduce this complexity is that we layer up our hybrid control system in three major clusters. The first one is being the energy. So we looked at the energy, and this is pure energy flow exchange in real physics between the components. The second one is the control, and those are the control signal between the components that influence this energy flow. And the third and top level is the management. So the energy management influenced by the hybrid control system to steer the control signals so that the energy production, storage, and the whole operation of the ship is as efficient as possible. We have another problem to solve here, though. There are different preferences based on many factors for components. So our control system has been built as a components agnostic controller, which is built in 3 layers. By component agnostics, I mean that we theoretically can add any shaft generator or converter or battery depending on the customer's requirements. So how we have achieved that is by using the hardware, our proprietary hardware, which provides the inputs and outputs, communication ports, and the processing power by the means of the CPU and the FPGA. Then on top of that, we build a foundation software, which provides the functions that the further application on the application layer need to run. It also abstracts and interfaces the underlying hardware. So in case we need to change the hardware, we can still use the foundation and relatively quickly and without jeopardizing the integrity of the system, configure it. This foundation includes general services that support the application layer to run, and the application has 3 components in it. So the first one is being the controller, which achieves the best operation point of the hybrid system based on current condition. This is highly customizable based on the application, based on the functionality required by the customer. The second one is being the optimizer, which biases the controller decisions based on additional historical or prognostic information. This is where, for example, the weather forecasting system, the port schedules and so can be inputted or are inputted so that the controller selects the best matching strategy based on the current conditions. And the third one is the adapter that translates the inputs and outputs for specific vendors' products on the hybrid vessel. This adapter piece gives us the freedom to be able to, in a very straightforward way, adapt to nearly all the components characteristics out there. As a conclusion, What we aim to do with our hybrid control system is to bring together the main engine and optimally sized components around it into one system so that they function together as a coordinated whole. And at any given moment, we aim to achieve maximum ship efficiency. The hybrid control system is fit for purpose real-time optimizer, applicable on nearly any system topology, and it is built with embedded modularity for efficient configuration, testing, and deployment, despite of changing requirements from application to application. What we can achieve by this is high operational flexibility and optimal energy resources utilization on the ship. We can maximize the usage of the main engine and alternative energy resources in a hybrid setup for electrical power production. We increase the propeller efficiency by utilizing the load running margin for electrical energy production. There is a power boost function whenever required. The CO2 equivalent emissions from the ship are reduced as a whole. And what we can achieve is no auxiliary engines operation during sailing and optimal energy production for safe maneuvering. We can even go further in that one. Whenever we have a controllable pitch propeller, we can exit and enter the port with the shaft generator only without running any auxiliary engine. And once we have a battery in the system, the overall system performance and stability in transient conditions is improved. What we offer as a system integrator is, of course, in the first place, the efficient two-stroke engine, where we have the expertise and access to data to tailor the right solution with those engines. And also we are looking to adopt fast, advanced technologies that can improve the hybrid system behavior. We are components agnostic system integrator. So if our customers have preferred component suppliers for any reason, as long as the functional and safety requirements and quality requirements are fulfilled, we are very happy to work and to extend our vendors list. All our solutions are tailored to meet concrete needs and to be optimized at concrete operational conditions. Our solutions are validated. We have also developed a very state-of-the-art deployment and validation tool chain where all the software that goes out has been validated in several stages. We embrace transparency and we aim for agile and iterative process of system design that helps to mitigate risks and current uncertainties. So our process is very iterative. And last but not least, we provide the state-of-the-art life cycle where an integrated digital optimization and advisory system helps maintain the efficient operation of the vessel given changing conditions. And this system is also fit for integration with various digital platforms. Our offerings as a system integrator are generally three. First, we start with advisory for system integration. And regardless of the fact if we deliver that system or not at the end, we are doing advisory for several customers at the moment, where we help them define, do quantitative feasibility studies in terms of CapEx, OpEx, return on investment, total cost of ownership of solutions. Additionally, on the technical and environmental side, we can give a very good prediction of the system performance and its emissions and fuel consumption. The second offering is the energy management and hybrid control system, where the components are procured, for example, by the shipyard, and we act as an integrator in terms of control, where we would glue the system so that it works as one. And the third one is end-to-end project delivery and management for delivering a turnkey integrated hybrid power packs. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions or requests for additional information, we will be very happy to support you in your hybridization journey. Thank you.
is aimed for emergency cases, for covering the take me home scenarios, and also to help you as a navigators on your daily basis. So BridgeMate, or another word for this is the take me home solution. Please welcome, and let me put you into the world of mobile, of mobile aspect and emergency cases stuff. Before we jump into the clarification and details about the BridgeMate and what this application is all about, let me just give you a story. Some time ago, let's say to be more precise, 1.5 years ago, back in spring 2020, when we started to develop that application, we made the trials on one of the vessel that was made of wooden, and the captain of that vessel, he was made of steel actually. He got issues with both Agdises. It was in coincidence, we did not deliberately crash the Agdises. We did not, make it failure, but it was just all of a sudden, both Agdises went inoperative. And we've got a message. This message is given on the left screen. You see, there is a text informing us that today our master Agdis froze on workstation, so we restarted the Agdis, but unfortunately we cannot start back the master Agdis. Please see attached information, pictures, etc., etc. That was a message that was coming from this ship that was actually trialing the BridgeMate. After back and forth, after emailing here and there, after ping-ponging, different messages, after having calls with the captain and telling him what needs to be done and how to fix the Agdises, we've got another message from superintendent, and this is the message that you can read on the right-hand side. So it says that, good day, captain just called me and confirmed that he is able to start both Agdises. So the recommendations we gave worked out. Agdises become operative. But by the way, and this is something which is highlighted by bold in this message, captain also reported that BridgeMate iPad, this is how they used to call it, was working well during this trouble, and it was some sort of replacement to both Agdis. So by this story, we just want to emphasize that the main aim, one of the main aims to which this BridgeMate was developed, and to be more precise, is the take me home stuff, or be a backup of backup, worked out. So even during this case, when both Agdises, especially master Agdis, went offline, the BridgeMate was something like a replacement. So it helped to the captain to understand where he is, if there are any dangers around the vessel, if there are any safety contour, safety depths, etc., etc. So that was something like a replacement. With this kind of story, now we're moving into the details. And before, let's say, saying any words about details, before diving deep into the application itself, when we started to develop, when we started to look into the application, we decided that, okay, what are the needs? What market is looking for? What our users are actually wanting for? What are the pains that, for example, navigators, captains, well, guys on board vessels are having when, for example, when something goes wrong with the Agdises? Luckily, this is not happening every day. So Agdises, they do become quite stable. They're working on a good shape, on a good, let's say, on a good state. But still, there are some cases when there are pains. And with respect to those pains and needs, we landed ourselves on the following things. So first of all, the market, the users, the navigators, the seafarers, they are in need to have the extra backup bridge station in case of emergency, of main stations, of main Agdis and backup Agdis. Second one is to have more attention to the safety. Say, if you compare, like when both Agdises are not working, then the only aid to navigation you have are paper charts. The paper charts, they're not telling you if you're, let's say, approaching the unsafe waters. The paper charts, they actually just paper. But the users, they do need something like navigational hazards warning. They need something more than just a paper, and that was also something that we looked into. The user-friendly, effective, and smart decision support tool on the whole bridge, including wings. So it should not be just something like a stationary stuff, something like stick to one location. It should be mobile, and it should help you also when ACDISs are working. So it should bring you some values with respect to decision support stuff, with respect to, let's say, solving the navigational tasks. Berthing assistant, say, if it's mobile, then why not to use this application on the wings, for example, when you're doing berthing? Just to understand how quickly am I doing berthing? What is my longitudinal speed? What is the speed on the bow and on the aft? What are the distances to the nearest obstacles, to the nearest jetties, piers, and so on? If I'm doing very quick, mooring, perhaps this also something that market is looking for. This is also something users are in need. And finally, the user-friendly and native interface for the day-to-day activities, meaning that it should be nice and sweet. It should be easy to use. It should not require any, ACDIS courses, 5 days ACDIS courses with 8 hours sitting every day and listening to this, very interesting training materials. It should just, okay, you touch it and you understand how to operate it. Because the simpler the tool is, the more familiar users becomes to use it. So that are the user needs. That what we looked into. This is what our clients and our users were asking us for to cover, all the aspects with respect to take me home and decision support tools, something out from the ACDIS. And from the user needs, we're then landing to the listing of the general functionalities that this BridgeMate application brings. First of all, this is the application that can integrate with Planning Station and ACDIS. By other words, you can connect it to the ACDIS or you can connect it to the Planning Station. We differentiate two, let's say, configuration. One is ACDIS, and this is something where we provide a vessel with ACDIS from us. But if there is ACDIS on board already from, let's say, from other manufacturer, then we can provide Planning Station, and the BridgeMate can be connected to Planning Station. Why do we need this integration? Why do we need to connect ACDIS, BridgeMate to ACDIS and to the Planning Station? Is to get the ENC synchronization, simply saying to get charts from the ACDIS. So you don't need to install charts separately. You just get it. You just synchronize. You just download it from your ACDIS, and by a simple, by a single operator action. Together with charts, BridgeMate will also get dynamic information like navigational stuff, position, course, speed, wind, monitored routes, the executed routes. So simply those routes that I'm executing in my ACDIS, they will also be displayed in the BridgeMate. And the targets, the AIS and the radar, the ALPA targets, all those, let's say, dangerous or sleeping targets that you do see in your ACDIS or in the Planning Station as well, because Planning Station is having the ability to get connected to the sensors. So all those targets that are in the ACDIS, they will also be seen in the BridgeMate. Smart docking assistant during berthing and mooring on ship wings with no conning display. This is something like to do the berthing and to see how quick am I doing the berthing. And finally, last two are of course the backup and emergency autonomous plotter. And why autonomous? Because the iPad is having built-in GPS. We're going into here. But when ACDIS is not working, you have charts and you have routes and you have GPS. And just imagine that you're having, simply saying, you're having the plotter, you're having the chart system, the mobile chart system running inside the iPad. And last but not least, something that we implemented, let's say, end of last year, end of 2021, is the sea keeping module. So embedded functionality aimed for avoiding parametric and synchronous rolling, pitching, heaving, and finally losing the stability. Very important thing when it comes to the container vessels or to the vessels that are having cargo on the upper deck. So these are the general things. Now, who are the main users? I think you have already concluded that the main users are the captains and navigational officers. So this application is designed to be used on board a vessel. And how this iPad can be used on board. So first of all, and this is what we call when on the bridge, it is using the Wi-Fi connection. So Wi-Fi is used as the main, let's say, main way to get the data from ECDIS, to get the charts, to get the dynamic data, navigational data, routes, and ARPA targets. And this is this Wi-Fi is generated by the cybersecure router, and cybersecure router is used as a source for the information. But when ECDIS is not working, then it means that nothing goes to the cybersecure router. There is no data in the Wi-Fi. In this case, BridgeMate is actually acting like a autonomous plotter. It's still using charts that was last synchronized from the ECDIS. It's still using the last route that it got downloaded, and it is using the built-in GPS. So there you go. You have position, you have charts, you have routes, and you can adjust the navigational hazards. You can set up the safety contour. And if you're approaching to the safety, let's say unsafe waters, then the BridgeMate will generate the alerts. So these are the different iPad connections, and that's it. You know, with those kind of things, with the BridgeMate may be used not only as the emergency tool, not only as the Take Me Home application, but also as the decision support tool, as the assistant that helps to the navigators to look after the seakeeping stuff, to look after the targets, and to look after the other navigational related things. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ulf Siwe from the Swedish Maritime Administration, and I'm honored to present at the SMART4SEA Virtual Forum. Today, I will talk about the importance of information sharing and how we have implemented some solutions for it in the Baltic Sea region. Before a ship leaves a port, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, mandates the ship to enter its planned voyage in the navigation system, in the ECDIS. However, there is no obligation to share this data. Have that in mind, and let me share some examples of what ships do in real life. They sometimes plan routes very close to the shore, often to get better internet, and run aground. They sometimes make mistakes and sail 10 degrees wrong without noticing and run aground. They sometimes make mistakes and forget to turn and run aground. And then we have this case. These two met in the middle of the night. It was really foggy, dense fog. One small ship and one bigger ship, both sailing in the same shipping lane. While the smaller ship planned to go straight in the shipping lane, crossing, the larger faster and overtaking ship was planning to turn right. And so it did. The smaller ship capsized and 2 seamen were killed. So not sharing information is dangerous. And this is valid not only for the individual. The IMO has set goals for greenhouse gas reductions. But the shipping industry, like some other sectors, have long investment cycles. So the solutions for new fuels will take years to implement. However, by slowing down and arriving just in time, ships can save a lot of fuel and reduce emissions. There have been many studies and also practical tests, and they all arrive at similar figures. Up to 20% of emission reduction is possible. Now, I am claiming that information sharing is central to make this happen. And here is how information sharing has developed over the last years. The basis for information sharing is common global standards. There are now established standards for route sharing, including the estimate time of arrival information. And the work on port timestamps is starting and is expected to finish within 2 years. The port timestamp work is based on existing logistics standards and on several project experience during the last years. The second building block you need to share information is a global, reliable infrastructure. The Maritime Connectivity Platform, MCP, has been developed over the last 10 years in several major projects across the world and is now operational. The platform is complemented by a new standard for secure communication called C.O.M.E. So we have standards and we have the infrastructure. So we can take new and existing services and deliver them through this infrastructure. Based on the standards, it's easy to build standardized interfaces to send and receive information. We can see solutions on board in the navigational systems. We can see solutions onshore in the VTSs and in ports. Government agencies and private companies also provide services through the infrastructure. So let me show you some examples. The VTSs, the traffic coordination centers in the Baltic Sea region, they have a route cross-check service, and they can alert ships if the route is dangerous. In this case, the VTS could tell the ship an automated monitoring service will look at ships in all waters around Sweden. And if a ship deviates from the planned route, the VTS personnel is alerted. And they can contact the ship. In many cases, when the ships make these mistakes, the reason is fatigue. And if they don't answer when being called upon via radio, in some of these cases, we would even have time to send a boat to honk the horn and wake up all people on board well before the accident happens. In both of these cases, the important thing is that the ship shares its information, and it can do that with a standard that exists, with the services that exist in the Baltic Sea. Here's another example. Ships can actually share their routes with each other as well as with the authorities on shore. In this case, the ship systems would turn on an alarm. But we all know that alarms on a ship bridge, they make a lot of sound and there are too many. So in some cases, no one noticed. And if the bridge personnel on both ships had missed the warning, the VTS personnel could have alerted them. And if there was nobody on the bridge on the larger overtaking ship, they could have alerted the other ship. And as a last resort, we could have sent out a boat to honk the horn in the dense fog. So as you see, information sharing is a life-saving device. And it is also the quickest path to reduce emissions from all ships. In the Efficient Flow project, we implemented a solution in one Finnish and one Swedish port. Based on the optimal scheduling for all port resources from several port actors, the ports have the possibility to send a requested time of arrival, an RTA, to ships on the way to the port. The port is advising them to arrive later than planned and guarantee that they keep their place in the queue or to the port. So basically, the port converts the current queue at anchor to a slow steaming queue at sea. What about demurrage? I can hear you think, because that's very important for shipping lines and shipping companies. Well, there are already standard contract clauses developed by BIMCO in place to make sure that no one is losing any money, but rather everybody comes out a commercial winner. But the biggest winner of information sharing is the planet and future generations. I finish with that bold statement. To change the shipping world and help save the planet is what motivates me to go to work every day. And it should be one of your priorities as well. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. Firstly, I'd like to extend my thanks for being invited to share my perspective on the importance of cybersecurity, awareness, and education for end users. Before we get started, I would like to draw your attention to the following quotes, particularly the bottom right remark. Enormously insightful and, in my view, undisputably accurate, made by the former director of the FBI, Robert Millar. So why is cybersecurity important, and how can an attack affect business operations? What are the elements of a cybersecurity plan? How critical are the human factors of a cybersecurity system? Why is it important to train and prepare your workforce effectively? What kind of attacks? How sophisticated can they be, and what form of impact can they have? Prior to the presentation recording, I downloaded a selection of AIS signatures and plotted them on this chart you see before you. It serves as a reminder of the truly global nature of shipping, and that thousands of vessels navigate the world's seas and oceans 24/7, 365 days a year. But as shipping is becoming more connected, it is also worth remembering that whether we speak about IT, OT, integrated bridge or engine systems, or critical data storage, all of the dots you can see are now reliant on these types of systems and technology, and therefore potentially vulnerable to some degree to some form of cyber attack. The degree depends on how well prepared many companies are to face these challenges and the type of infrastructure employed. Attacks have the ability to stop commercial operations, cause delays, reputational damage, and are a danger to OT IT systems employed on board modern tonnage. Companies that invest in systems and training will be better equipped to recognize, deal with, and hopefully mitigate the effects of any type of cyber intrusion. Research completed by IBM suggested it can take 280 days to find and contain the average cyber attack, with an average cost of around $3.8 million. With distributed denial of service attacks, or DDoS, averaging around 26,000 per day, this number is expected to grow by over 15 million a year by 2023. Cybercrime is a threat that is so serious that companies can spend billions on it. According to a cybercrime magazine, cyber costs are rising year on year. And to illustrate this, in 2004, the industry was worth about $3.5 billion globally. This figure has risen in 2017 to $120 billion, representing a jump of 34 times in just 13 years. With so many attacks occurring, this figure is expected to rise even further in the future. Let us now briefly look at the structure of a typical cybersecurity system. Application security is defensive features which are added by developers during the developmental stage of the software. Information protection are practices to prevent unofficial access or manipulation of business information. Network security are procedures to stop unauthorized access to networks and network information. Emergency recovery plans are plans and procedures to deal with emergency events or threats with the aim to get the business back up and running, minimizing commercial downtime and data loss. Operational security involves the protection of other critical business information. And finally, we come to the end users, or the human element. These are people like you and I. I'd like to take this opportunity to cast your mind back to the quotes you saw at the beginning of the presentation, particularly this time, the bottom left-hand corner, stating that 90% of data breaches result from spam, phishing, or malware. Most of the time, if not all, these types of attack target end users, again, people like you and I, and try and entice you with some link to click. The complexity and ingenuity of some of these emails are incredible. And probably, like most in the audience, I've found myself thinking that some of these could be genuine emails from my bank, Microsoft, or even Amazon. This makes human end users the weak link, but it is normally down to innocent mistakes brought about by a lack of awareness or training. But how do cyber criminals attack? What format do they normally take? It can be as unsophisticated as hackers dropping thumb drives in the hope that somebody will pick it up and plug it into their machine in the corporate building, to complex and sophisticated phishing, social engineering attempts, or insider threats, which can lead to malware or ransomware being installed on servers, locking companies out of their business data. When something does happen, it's important to get the right sort of assistance from the people who deal with this manner of crime. Access to forensic experts can assist with the management of such an attack if companies do not have sufficient in-house expertise. But the best way to avoid such attacks is by providing training for people, as many of these will form the first line of defense for many companies. As we all know, the IMO requirement changed at the start of 2021, with companies being required to put procedures in place in respect of cybersecurity. And the elements we covered of the cybersecurity system are all vitally important. But the need for seafarers to be alert and aware of cyber threats has never been more important. And seafarers who have been educated on these threats could be the difference between a phishing campaign's failure or success. There are many different types of training courses available on the market, and these will educate and raise awareness amongst crews in areas such as active cyber threats, phishing attempts and what to look out for, protecting yourself and company when using the internet, and information on malware or ransomware. The Nautical Institute, in partnership with Hudson Analytics, has produced one such course. And Steamship Mutual also offers complimentary access to another cyber training course to policyholders of our new cybersecurity product. As these threats are constantly evolving, the education of users needs to be constantly updated and renewed to take account of the changing in threats and the advancement of phishing or social engineering incidents. The Steamship Mutual product is aimed at assisting members to respond to a cyber attack on their vessels, ensuring them against any loss of income the vessel incurs as a result. The product addresses the industry need for insurance, but also provides access to forensic specialists who can act quickly to protect policyholders' interests and allow commercial operations to resume as expediently as possible. And now we come to the last section of the presentation on case studies. This first one deals with the port of Cape Town, which suffered a cyber attack in mid-2021, which also affected the port of Durban, the busiest terminal in sub-Saharan Africa. The attack disrupted container operations with no movement of cargo for around 1 week. The total cost of the attack doesn't appear to have been circulated, but given the fallout, we would have expected this to be in the millions of dollars. HMS Defender was subject to an AIS spoof attack in mid-2021 as well, and this was well publicised, certainly in the British media off Crimea. AIS signals were spoofed from HMS Defender and her Netherlands naval counterpart, which displayed Defender and the other vessel sailing straight for the Russian naval base in Sevastopol. Both vessels, however, were captured on webcams at the same time in a Ukrainian port. Although this attack only lasted for a day, military tensions in the area remained high for several days afterwards. This last attack is quite relevant, and it demonstrates the complexity and patience of cyber criminals. It involved a super yacht owner losing over $10 million in a recent cyber phishing attack during one transaction. The phishing email was used to gain access to their network and enabled hackers to carry out surveillance on a yacht deal. The hackers listened to communication between the buyer and broker, and when the price was agreed, hackers sent a confirmation email with a link to transfer money. As the owner was expecting such an email from the broker, the money was transferred with no questions asked. And finally, and just to sum up, cyber threats are constantly adapting and evolving. In the event of an attack, it is important to get access to the right experts to assist and mitigate this problem. Training of people is key to any cybersecurity strategy, and through raising awareness of threats could be the difference between an unsuccessful and successful attack. Finally, it is important to remain vigilant, and as the landscape is constantly changing, how prepared are your crew? Thank you.
Welcome back for the cyber security panel. After the previous panel, we're talking about game-changer technologies. We had a set of presentations on energy efficiency and hybrid technology by Stefan Goranov, Bridesmaid Taking Home Solution by Vladimir Kolyada from Vassilios, presentation from Ulf Siwe from the Sea Traffic Management on information sharing. We have an issue with the standards and how we set up these standards across the industry, because standardization is the basis for the foundation we are building upon. And we had a cybersecurity presentation by Millar, analyzing where we stand from STIP-SIP insurance management services. Now, in this panel, we'll be talking about cybersecurity. And you know that all of us are subject to cyber threats. Cybercrime is a massive business. Hackers may be very well organized. And during the last couple of years, cybersecurity has become a significant challenge for the industry, because we are heavily, invested in this cyber world with all this collaboration and the online tools and so on and so forth. On top of that, from January 1st, 2021, a new era has begun for ship operators, as we have a new future with cybersecurity included in their SMS. Now, we would like to discuss about this, of course, 1 year cybersecurity into the SMS, feedback and challenges. We would like to discuss about the latest cyber resilience challenges, maybe lessons to be learned, issues surrounding our industry about cyber attacks. We've seen a lot happening, any sort of new cyber threats, and where we go from that point onward. Now, in order to have this discussion, we are accommodating 4 panelists into this discussion. Let me introduce them to you. We have Jacob Larsen, who is the head of maritime safety and security from PIMCO. Jim McKee, who is the CEO of Red Sky Alliance. Fotis Tsirengos, who is the fleet IT manager with Euronav. And Michael Vertos, who is a cybersecurity expert from RENA. Gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all, and I would like to start our discussion with the first topic. I would like to ask you to comment on what do you feel are the impacts of the pandemic in the cyber resilience across the industry. Let's start by connecting the pandemic and cyber security. Jacob, your thoughts?
Yeah, many thanks, Apostolos. I think the one sort of key signature of the pandemic and the way we work was that all of a sudden a lot of people had to start working from home. And that all of a sudden presented a lot of opportunities for IT criminals, because people logging on from home instead of being at work, logging on from home in large numbers, all of a sudden presented hackers and criminals with a huge attack surface. And that could pose completely new challenges to many companies and to their IT setup. And of course, as we know, these if you are subjected to criminal acts in cyberspace, then that can very quickly spread throughout to companies and perhaps even to your assets, ships, if you're really unfortunate. So I think that was really the key thing that was the new element as the result of the pandemic, was that people started to work from home. The attack surface increased dramatically, and that sort of forced companies to rethink and recheck their cyber defense strategies. Back to you, Apostolos.
Okay, Jim, your thoughts?
Well, we all are familiar with the phishing attempts, and the phishing attempts have always centered on fear and uncertainty and doubt. And what we found was all of a sudden, we were having cyber threat actors pretending to be health officials or government officials, and they were sending out reports and saying how you could get COVID tests and whatever. But it was taking advantage of people, whether they were working at home or in office or remotely. And people were clicking on anything. If it had a health symbol, like the United States, it had the Center for Disease Control, or a government agency. People's defenses came down because they were fearful of what was happening with the COVID, and they weren't getting the answers. And so I'm listening to what Jacob said. He's 100% right. But on top of that, we had a whole lot of phishing. Phishing leads to Trojans. Trojans lead to malware, and so it's a nasty train. So thank you for starting off with that, Jacob.
Okay, Michael, your thoughts?
Thank you, Apostole. I would agree with Jacob and Jim with the remote working experience that has certainly increased and the phishing attacks that keep happening. But I would like to focus more on the best practices that we could use to move forward, to go past from those attacks. So the re-examination of the risk assessment program, the raising personnel awareness, that sort of thing. Thank you. That's it from my end.
Thank you, Michael. Fotis, your thoughts?
I think it was more or less expected, and it is related with one of the biggest challenges, which is the cybersecurity awareness. Since cyber criminals get advantage of the whole difficult situation in order to have some phishing attacks to fake websites, in order to inject Trojans, malware, and people are more educated on cybersecurity and more aware of the threats, they will be more protected. But I would also like to stress that it was a situation where we all had to provide new functionality and solutions to a situation that we have not faced in the past, like provide remote access to third parties or to inspectors using and not be ready for this purpose also. We were pushed to also use methods and tools that are not enterprise tools, for instance. If you go to China, for instance, WeChat is something that you're pushed to use for having a VC. It's not the best tool for this, the more secure, let's say. So we need to prepare better and to have tools ready for such occasions.
Okay. Now, may I ask, Fotis, your thoughts? Was the industry, apart from your own organization and what you discuss with your colleagues across other ship managers, was the industry, and of course with your vendors, was the industry ready with all that, dependence, let's say, into these, remote working, communication, heavy dependence on communications, and of course all these infrastructure that had to go live due to the pandemic because we were working remotely? Was the industry ready? What do you feel? What's your feedback?
As we all know, and we're trying to improve, shipping industry is a traditional, let's say, and it is in the route of digitalization and introducing new technologies and systems, which is related with the cybersecurity part. So the industry was not ready for this extent of the demand. And we had all to provide quick solutions and advanced solutions in a short time under difficult circumstances and difficult conditions. So we need to further improve and to also have in our mind that we might face similar situations in the future. Of course, the maturity of the industry, of the cybersecurity part, will help us implement those solutions and introduce them, and also not to be to avoid providing quick and dirty, let's say, solutions, but to provide something that will be robust and secure. It is very important.
Okay, Jacob, your thoughts, the feedback from your members. Was the industry ready, for all these challenges, working remotely with a dependence on these software systems, and of course, the interrelationship between, ship systems and shore systems? What's your feedback?
I think it depends on who you ask whether they think they were ready or not. there are some differences between, you know, the level of IT maturity in different countries, and depends on the infrastructure you have available in the different countries, and therefore, you know, some more sort of IT mature societies, you know, companies placed there might be more ready than companies in other parts of the world where perhaps you are not that far advanced yet. So I think it depends on who you ask, but I think it goes for not only shipping but all companies in the world that COVID was such a massive disruption to the normal way that we have worked in the past, both with regards to cooperating in teams, but also with regards to how we manage ourselves in conferences. And this conference alone is a good example. I mean, thinking back 3 years, how many webinars did we actually bother to attend? I think most people prefer to travel to conference instead and meet people. So I think really that's sort of my thinking on that question. Back to you, Apostolos.
Okay, can you, may I ask, do you feel it's a matter of, let's say, ethnicity, it's a matter of base into a specific country or region, or do you think it's a matter of, let's say, size of an organization, this IT maturity you mentioned, and I fully agree with that. Do you feel it has to do with the size of the organization and the challenges and the stakeholders that had to face this specific organization, or is it a matter of nationality or, you know, manager base or stakeholder base and so on, like a culture, let's say natural culture or something like that?
Well, if you ask me, I think it is really, it has to do with also with size. I mean, bigger companies tend to have a more global footprint, and therefore, typically they have a higher demand to coordinate across geographical locations, and therefore, you know, by their very nature, they are more likely to be more sophisticated when it comes to connectivity across continents and so on. So I think that has something to do with it. But I also have to say that I had some experience working in fairly large companies before I joined BIMCO, and you know, I can safely say that they too experience quite a revolution when it comes to the proliferation of new communication technologies, and for example platforms like Zoom and Microsoft Teams and all that. I mean, that really took off after the pandemic and all the lockdowns happened. That was at the point in time when that technology really took off. Before then, I think many companies, they were still using the old-fashioned video conferences, or even dialing in on a group telephone call and sitting on a slightly distorted line and so on. So I think it has been a real disruption to the whole communications technology this pandemic. Actually.
Yeah. Michael, your thoughts? Any feedback you have from your clients? What do you think? Was the industry ready, you know, for all these challenges?
Well, I wouldn't say that the industry was 100% ready, but what I would say is that most of the shipping companies, or at least the operators we've been in contact with, they were very quick in adjusting to the situation. You know, the maritime sector, and especially the Greek sector, is known for the quick adaptation. So I would say within a couple of months, most of the organizations, they were ready. They were ready, and they could face the situation, and I believe with very good results.
Okay. Jim, your thoughts with your clients and so on?
Well, what we're looking at in today's world is cyber resiliency. This is something that was a catchphrase a few years ago, but now it's becoming the law. All organizations, be oil, gas, pipelines, ports, ships, headquarters, they all have to be concerned with cyber resiliency. And resiliency is one of those funny words. It has about 4 different definitions, but the most important one is the ability to bounce back after a problem. And the problem could be a hack, the problem could be ransomware, the problem could be all of your data is for sale on the dark web. So the plan here, and I did a speech on this a couple months ago for another cyber group. And the whole point is you have to plan. And in this planning, there are many aspects of it. Is simple things as using multi-factor authentication, you know, having your backup stored at a third party off-site, and then more importantly, and it just goes back to training. training, training, training. You can't open up strangers' emails or look at somebody's, open up a file that has someone's vacation pictures on it. So you get into training, backup, multi-factor authentication, and then just good cyber hygiene. And so this all ties together across industries. It's more important in shipping because shipping moves 80% of the world's goods, and we can't have a problem with that.
Jim, may I ask, because you are the expert in this panel, we've seen that, all these hackers are using more and more social engineering ways to collect data, meaning they disguise themselves like being, as you correctly pointed out, authorities, organizations, social media. You may receive an email from LinkedIn or from Facebook and asking you to click just to verify something that you have sent this email or something like that. You may receive an email from Google asking you to verify that this device is yours or something like that. And this is against human nature again. Why? Because there are a number of auto-filling functions in all our computers to make our lives easier. So the majority of the users are being accustomed to using these auto-fill with the passwords and so on and so forth, and all these, very familiar emails and very familiar logos, and that it makes easier for them to click. So how do you feel that we should cope with that? Because you are having a range of experiences with your clients. What's your take on this?
Well, two easy things. One of the first things is you always have to look at the header of what you're receiving, because you can make the nicest banking website, but if you look up at the header and see exactly where it's coming from, that's number one. Number two, we found that people have been farming social media to find the assistant of the president of the company, and they'll go through a weak link. Unfortunately, administrative assistants of C-suite members have someone who is in charge of screening their email. Well, guess what? They're supposed to open up everything and see if things are important. So boom, that's your weak link right there. An assistant is going to have to screen things. And if I was a hacker, that's one of the directions I would go. The other thing is social media. People are posting where they're going, what they're eating, who their friends are, what they like. And then hackers are farming that and saying, oh, I've got a kitten too. Here's a picture. Take a look at my kitten. Boom. The cat lover opens it up. And so it gets down to, cyber hygiene again and training. I get inquiries from all over the world, people wanting information on cyber threat intelligence, and I have to be very careful. But luckily, being in the business, we have great filters, and I have a great team, and we run things through a sandbox sometimes before we even look at them. So.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's move on. Our next question is, what's the most troublesome development you've seen over the last year or the last couple of years with respect to cyber security? Fotis, what's your take? Any sort of incident that you have to face, any sort of development? I'm sure that the SMS incorporation of the cyber was not a key problem for the majority of the operators. What's your take? What's the most troublesome development for you over the last year or last couple of years?
Human development, the cybersecurity culture, measures. Is this a question?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Yes, as I previously mentioned, and this comes from all the answers, the development of cybersecurity culture is very important and takes time, needs training, but we also need to provide people tools, simple tools that they can use, not to make their lives more difficult, because we force them to bypass, to try and bypass the rules. It is the same, like not scare them, make them feel comfortable that we're developing some rules, some procedures to protect ourselves in order to follow those rules and to be on the same side. Also, the social engineering part is very important. So we need to educate people to include possibly in our annual tests or frequent tests social engineering attacks in order to make them understand that things can happen, and how they can happen with real examples inside the company, not only with examples of attacks on other companies. Of course, the implementation of the regulation is very important part, and we can discuss this in much of extent, because it's a good start, but needs a lot of details to be defined.
Okay, Jacob, from your lens, from the association lens, what was the most troublesome development that you have to come across over the last, let's say, year or couple of years?
Thanks. I think it's an interesting question. I think I'll probably choose an approach which is a little bit different to what the rest of the panelists would choose. But I think actually the most worrying trend we are seeing right now is the increase in tension between different blocks around the world. So US-China tension is building. Obviously, with Russia invading Ukraine, there's some tension building between Russia and Ukraine, but also the wider West. And we know that in this day and age, hybrid warfare is a concept that is constantly developing. And I think that we will see in the future more and more that cyber attacks will also form part of hybrid warfare. And indeed, some of the countries that are involved in some of these standoffs, they have a lot of expertise reportedly when it comes to offensive cyber attack capabilities. So I think that's really a major trend that we have to worry about. And if you go back to the NotPetya attack that affected a lot of companies around the world, and including one company from the maritime sector, Maersk, and possibly even others. That attack actually grew out of cyber criminals operating in Russia, and it is believed that it was an operation against Ukraine that ended up impacting companies all over the world with very dramatic consequences. So I think that's really a trend that I would single out as by far the most worrying right now.
Okay, I would like to let's stay on this issue a little bit longer. I would like to ask you to elaborate a little bit on this, because if I understand correctly, and I agree with you, that's a collateral damage. What happened with the Maersk, that's a collateral damage because there were other issues in the greater picture. Yes. Other than that, why should we, as an industry, be worried about these rising tensions between nations? I would like to ask you to elaborate a little bit. Do you see any other connections to what is going on across shipping, other than the collateral damage you said with the Petya attack, from cybersecurity perspective?
From a cybersecurity perspective, I think we should be particularly worried because these attacks they tend to be launched on a massive scale, and therefore the malware that is introduced into cyberspace or whatever it is that they're introducing. I mean, it's usually brand new, so that means that all the antivirus filters and so on they can't recognize them, and therefore they have huge potential to have damaging consequences to companies all over the world. So I think that's really the major concern. And of course, I mean, shipping is a one big global system where goods and ships circulate around the world, and with increased tension, of course, in addition to cybersecurity, there all sorts of other issues can arise. So it is really worrying.
Okay, thank you. Michael, your thoughts? What was the most troublesome, let's say, issue that you have to come across with over the last year or couple of years?
Well, I would bring back the link of our conversation more to the shipping sector. And I would say that there are some trends over the last couple of years, like the increased connectivity of the fleet with numerous applications to the shore, the increased bandwidth, which makes remote access to vessels easier and gives the attacking side the ability to use offensive tools that are available open source, and they were used for the typical office environment and now can be used to attack vessels networks. Ashore, ship-shore communication, which was to a bare minimum, now it's like an open highway. So it's a highway open to attacks. And another worrying trend is the reliance to third-party software and hardware vendors that the shipping company uses for a variety of different functions. So I would say that shipping companies should make sure that they use trustworthy solutions, that they have some sort of compliance from an accredited body. And this is where the importance of classification societies comes into play.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Jim, your thoughts? Most troublesome issue you came across last year or last couple of years?
Well, it's two things that are actually the same. The first is the threats to the supply chain, and we've dealt with those here in the United States, the Colonial Pipeline, JBS Foods, all sorts of things where supplies have been cut off, suppliers have been cut off. But then you look at what really happened. Well, what was here was ransomware, and ransomware is attacking everything from suppliers to schools, to hospitals, to cities. And it's an easy thing to plant. You plant it via phishing, you plant a Trojan, and then someone has to send you 10,000, 100,000, $1 million or $10 million in Bitcoin to get turned back on. It costs people's lives. And if you are attacking ports and pipelines and shipping lanes and ships, well, what happens if you lose all your manifests because they're stored in an SaaS system and you can't access them, or you arrive at a port and all of the files, all the docs are all locked up. And so the thing is, you just go backwards again and said, how did it happen? Well, someone planted malware. How is a malware planted? It was a Trojan. How did the Trojan get there? It got there via phishing, or got there because someone forgot to patch or update software. And so the two things, supply chains and ransomware, are the two things that we see.
Okay. Now, going back, we asked for the, let's say, most troublesome issue. I would like to ask, what's the best practice? What's something that you would commend, let's say, positively, that you've seen as a best practice over the course of the last year or last couple of years? Fotis, your thoughts? What have you seen?
Yes, I will come back to the same thing: education, training, awareness, which is very important. And considering that even the connectivity to vessels is not a highway yet, but it will be in a couple of years when the new services will be available. So the speeds that we'll have available will not be a barrier any more, not only for the business systems, but also for the people on board. So imagine how you can control somebody that will play on his free time an online game to use same passwords on the business network. So somebody that can get all this information and use it in order to have an attack. So this can be you can manage this only by training and to have people aware. It is also very important to develop tools in order to be able to provide functionality, especially to third parties, and ensuring the security, the cybersecurity, like a remote, secure way to have a remote access in a locked way, in a way that you can control what's happening, login to have workflows with approvals, also to, since we're in the industry, we depend a lot on third parties, is the evaluation of the third parties, how they comply with security guidelines and how we evaluate them. It is very important, and it is a process and a technical thing also.
Yeah. Okay. Now, before I move to Jacob, I would like to ask you, given all these, increased traffic you had across the fleet, because in any ship operator, especially the larger ones, as correctly Jacob pointed out, given the size of a fleet, you have more sophisticated systems. You have fleet optimization, you have a number of services running on board, you have crew welfare issues, you have to provide connectivity to the crews and so on and so forth. Is anything worrisome for you sitting over there in the chair of the IT responsible person with all this traffic going back and forth across the ships? Is anything that, let's say, scares you, let's keep you awake at night? So something like that.
I wouldn't say something very specific, but I worry mostly about how we can better control the third parties, which are too many, and especially while more and more systems are getting exposed than in the past. In the past, if you talk about OT systems, there were in a black box, not connected with anything. Now this is changing. Even in the physical, let's say, attendances, how we can ensure that the laptop of a service engineer does not carry a virus or a malware. So when it be connected and unpatched and all OT systems, will not create any problems. So what worries me most is the part that we cannot control very well. So we need to focus more on this. I would say that this is what we cannot control, it creates more risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob, your thoughts? What is, let's say, from your lens, from the association lens, a best practice you can identify you came across over the last year or last couple of years?
Yeah, I think a best practice is a fairly wide concept, and what we did in the shipping industry was we pulled together a lot of knowledgeable people and wrote the guidelines for cybersecurity on board ships, and that has a range of best practices and recommendations for ship owners to use both in their shore organization, but also with the ships and in the interface. So I would of course recommend everybody to read that in case you haven't done that yet. And if I was to single out one single best practice that I would really emphasize as the most important one, I would say it is the ability to recover after an attack. So to ensure that you have a complete backup of your data that is separated and so on from your main servers. Because in the end, if everything else fails and you are subjected to that attack and you have a devastating impact, then it is your ability to recover that will mean everything. I mean, if that ability is not fully functional, then that's when issues really start to build. And I talk from experience. I mean, I was actually working for Maersk at the point in time when they experienced the big NotPetya attack. I was not directly involved with IT security management. I was involved with ship management, but still, I can tell you that was a scary experience to be part of, to see that whole company completely shut down within just a couple of hours. Amazing. And the only thing that got that company back online was the ability to recover. And even then there were lots of lessons learned, and I'm sure that they have improved their ability to recover a lot since then, because there were really some lessons learned. And I know that they have been out there speaking about them to other companies as well. They have not been sort of holding back on sharing their experience. So that's really great. Back to you, Apostolos.
Yeah. Jim, your thoughts?
Well, Jacob just hit my cyber resiliency thing that I already talked about, so I'm not going to talk about that again. But you're right on the mark there, Jacob. The other thing is access management. When people are working from home, do they really need access to every file, every system in the network? And who's really watching the authority levels, and who really needs to be playing in these databases or whatnot? And so a lot of organizations we found, they don't really know who has access to things anymore, because people have come and gone, and people worked on a project or they worked with an auditor, and there are open doors everywhere. And so, leading, along with the cyber resiliency, I'd say you need to look at access management. And even our couple of the United States ships ran into problems with patch management, where third-party vendors were putting patches and doing things and having access to different systems they really shouldn't have had. And so access management can be as easy as looking at personnel files, or even more complicated as looking at missile systems. And so access management is a big piece there. And so, since I already talked about resiliency, I need to talk about something else.
Okay, and Maggie, your thoughts?
Thank you, Apostoler. A number of steps, a number of things come to mind. First and foremost, I would say inventory. Make sure you update your inventory. It may sound as a very simple step, but make sure you identify and carefully secure those new sensors, protocols, and services that exist on board, for example. This is of paramount importance. Having multiple layers of defense. I'm not talking about procedural only measures, but technical ones as well. So automated solutions. I'm talking about, I would talk about onboard checklists that exist and that can assist the crew to address a cyber incident. Another step would be to to ensure that you have good coordination between IT staff and the other staff of the company supporting mostly marine operations to avoid the silo effect. On a more organizational note, I would say implement a vulnerability assessment program specifically for the fleet, which is something that we do not see very often and can bring very useful results for any shipping organization. And last one, I could even support the idea for shipping companies to consider cyber assurance, because when something bad happens, this might give you a last resort, the last chance to save what is at stake for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, we read every year carefully the annual safety climate survey by Allianz, the largest, insurance service provider across the globe, and they're doing a survey on an annual basis. And what tops in these, parameters of the survey, more or less over the last years, is disruption of supply chain, as correctly pointed out by Jim, and of course, cyber resilience, among other things. So, given that these issues are, at the top, in the top part of the minds of, industries, leadership, and we've seen that ESG is at the top of the agenda in these days. I would like to ask you, what do you see as being the link between ESG, the environmental, social, and governance, challenges, and cybersecurity? What are your thoughts on this, and how do you see these, issues aligned? What the sort of relationship that you see between ESG and cyber security? So let's start with Jacob.
I think that's a tough question, Apostolos. I think obviously, ESG comes down to things like corporate social responsibility, and also treating your staff appropriately and all that. And with that comes, of course, in our day and age, an expectation by many seafarers that they are able to speak to their families when they have time off on board the ships and so on. And so there is a sort of an inbuilt expectation that you have a better opportunity today to be online all the time than you would have back in the days. So I think that's really one of the things where there is a a challenge, you could call it, or at least something that you should pay attention to and be aware that there is a risk there that needs to be mitigated, because as we already spoke about, with the increased connectivity, the increase in attack surface, and there are some things that you need to do to manage the associated risks. So I think that's my take on that, Apostolos.
We have to, I'm asking this because the relationship, what you see as a relationship between ESG and cyber security, because ESG actually calls for a fine balance, and the fine balance has to do with how you optimize, how you, let's say, maximize the satisfaction of all the stakeholders of the supply chain. And as you correctly, Fotis pointed out earlier on, we have to do more, let's say, all of us, we understand that, we have to do more with how we manage the vendors, you know, accessing our systems. And all of you pointed out several issues that has to do with how we manage the expectations of the others. So, Fotis, your take. What do you think between the relation between ESG and cyber security?
As you said, the balance is key. Not only the security, but even of the technologies that we provide. Since, for instance, better connectivity can keep crew members more happy because they can talk with their people, their friends and families. But from the other side, it makes creates some kind of isolation between people that should be one team. This is something that we need to balance. For example, I don't know how, but I'll give you an example of something else that we can use in order to see. So functionality versus security is something always that we need to consider and to develop, to provide the right tools. The access control is very, very, very important, as it was discussed. But we also need to consider how that cybersecurity can affect also the environment after an incident. So they are linked. The link is not very clear or well defined, but we have to consider cybersecurity as a big part of our daily, let's say, work, of our behavior. It's something we have to consider. And in shipping, it is more new, let's say, than in other industries.
Okay, but again, I would like to go back to what Jacob said, and just an example. I hate doing this, but I have to do it. Taking the example of Maersk, there are bright minds over there. This is one of the leading organizations we have in shipping, and they recognize cybersecurity being a key issue. Why? Due to the disruption of the operations. They cannot provide services to their clients. So even if anyone, you know, thinks cybersecurity may not be a top priority, when we read, I'm asking this, when we read, for example, in the Safety Climate Survey of Allianz, cybersecurity being in the top 3 in the last 5 years, more or less every year. So we have to understand why. Cybersecurity is not a buzzword. It's not something like it's nice to do. You have to do it, because otherwise there will be a major disruption in the operations. This is what we've seen. Michael, your take between ESG and cybersecurity?
Well, ESG is going to depend a whole lot on digitization. So for ESG goals to work, they need to happen. That needs to happen on a safe environment. And this goes back to what you were mentioning a few moments earlier, that we take cybersecurity as a given. This is what we expect to happen. This is the foundation that they're going to build on ESG or whatever other goal might be. So cyber, ensuring cyber resilience, cybersecurity, the ability for our systems to be able to be up and running, to be working as expected, it's the foundation for achieving anything else. So the relation is, even though it's not very clear, it's immediate. The link is there.
Okay, Jim, your take before we move to another topic.
Okay, well, I'm just going to make it very brief. You look at safety equals security, physical security, and then the offshoot of physical security is cybersecurity. Okay, they're all very important, and you can't have one without the other. We're having something's happening with the Coast Guard in the United States right now, where the captain of the port can come on and do a safety check and can detain, delay, whatever until the safety issue is taken care of. Well, the safety issue could be a security issue. Whereas this year, they're also going to be looking at cyber issues. And so cyber is going to become very important for any ship that calls on a US port. And I don't know when this is going to happen, but I have something in front of me from the Coast Guard, so I wouldn't forget. But the cyber, the port, the captain of the port can detain a ship for a cyber issue. And so that comes from cyber to security to safety. And other ports, I think, as the U.S. Coast Guard is enforcing this in for U.S. ports, I think other ports are going to bring it on. And so what everyone else talked about is all in line with this. But the U.S. Coast Guard is now going to be able to detain a vessel for cyber, soon to be able to detain a vessel. So this is going to bring cyber even higher up on the priority scale.
Okay. Now, changing topic, going to the cybersecurity integration to the SMS, I feel that cybersecurity is one of the very rare topics where regulation lags from real-life challenges, meaning real-life challenges are much greater than what regulation dictates, to put it in that sense. We've seen other cases like the physical security where regulation is very tight, but physical security is not, that problematic, to put it in that sense. Here is exactly the opposite. The regulation is not so difficult, not so challenging. We have real-life issues. I would like to ask, do we see any sort of problems? This is a quick one, just to see if we're on the same page. Do we see any sort of problems with respect to cybersecurity regulatory requirements integrated into the SMS? And maybe if we see any sort of challenges, should we move towards more self-regulation? I feel, and I think the majority of the industry feels, that the best practice guidelines issued by the roundtable are more than adequate. However, I would like to hear from you if you feel that we should move towards more self-regulation, best practices, or any other way. Starting with Fotis. Are we happy? Do you see any sort of challenges?
It is a good start, but I mean that it triggered a lot of developments, and it triggered the whole industry to more effort and to take more seriously the cybersecurity. But on the other hand, it needs a lot of much more work and also investment from all sides in order to be effective and realistic. Realistic is related with what you described, that we have to focus on the areas where there are real dangers and risks, and those areas I'm not sure that can be controlled and audited very well with the existing framework. A lot of recommendations are there, and focusing and references to other frameworks, but it needs to be more specific and also to define a way how to evaluate and audit this. For example, I'm pretty sure that the inspectors cannot really evaluate the condition of the cybersecurity on board the vessel, except of some simple things that might not be so important at the end. For example, okay, a port blocker is something that is good to have it because it prevents people from the appetite of using the USBs. But on the other hand, it is easy to remove it. You can remove it, and when the inspector is there, to have it just plugged there. On the other hand, you might have a very sophisticated system that controls the USB, scans, isolate them, which the inspector is not able to to judge if it's good or not, or if it's working. So a more holistic approach should be applied, and it's a subject that needs specialization and for people to judge and also to advise. So as I said, it's a good start, but it needs to get more in detail and to be more specific.
That's an interesting take. Jacob, your thoughts, what you've seen from your members?
I must say I totally agree with the points made by Fotis. I think we have to keep in mind that, for example, a port state control or a flag state audit or whatever. I mean, it is a sampling audit. So you test the basics and see if everything works, and if it looks all right, then you make the assumption, then probably the rest is also okay. And you do that for cyber. That's my understanding. That's what's going on right now. You do that for cyber, and you also do it for all sorts of other things. So you check the fire dampers, you check that the maintenance is in accordance with the plant maintenance system, and all these kinds of things. And you do that, but you can't check everything. And I think we should also be mindful that these audits, they are there to be an element in the overall risk management. So it's not a removal of risk. It's risk management. So you do what you can reasonably do, and then you achieve good results with that. And this idea that you can check everything is, I think it's not a viable idea, and essentially it would be a waste of resources. We should also keep in mind that actually it's not the cyber issues that are the major cause of accidents on board. People are not getting killed because there is a firewall that's not working, or because their systems were hacked. It might be that if they're really unfortunate, then they have a blackout and they have to restart their systems and so on. But the maritime industry has done that for decades. I mean, we've had procedures in place for blackouts for many years, and the fact that our systems have now gone digital, that just means that okay, there are some other risks for blackouts or for system fallout, but there are already mechanisms in place for managing these situations, and they've been in place for a long time. Also a long time before IMO even started to speak about cyber risks, because the ISM code does not only address sort of non-IT related or OT related risks, it addresses all risks. So I mean, most shipping companies actually had a lot of the cyber related risks covered in their systems already before 2021, when the IMO requirements came into force. So I think it's important to stay pragmatic, and I think that from what I can judge when I speak to our members, it sounds like that port state control and the other auditors, they have a reasonably sound approach to this, and that together with the ship owner companies and the ships, they manage to find a good way forward here. Thanks.
Fotis, you would like to comment?
Yes, I would like to add that a realistic and well-defined framework, a regulatory framework, needs to be developed to help also the industry improve and have less risks. Otherwise, there is the risk to just trying to put a check on the checklist to comply, which is not the best thing to do. So it's very important to be realistic, and also to use this and communicate to the business in general how this should be developed, what kind of investment is required, in which areas, since introducing a new system, it's not enough. It's a procedure that should be monitored all the time, to improve all the time. And it's not something that you can say, okay, I did this for cybersecurity and I'm done. It's not like this. So it is a wide, let's say, a subject that needs to be well defined and communicated in order to be all on the same, to have the same approach.
Okay, Michael, your thoughts?
Well, I would say that we are just in the beginning. So the shipping sector has just started, realizing, implementing measures for incorporating cyber risk into SMS, into general functions. It's at the point of breaking a long-standing barrier between IT and the other, more traditional marine functions. So talking about surveys, for example, I totally agree with Fotis that we can no longer, do surveys just by looking at the physical aspect of things. You cannot just go and checking for physical blockers. You need to be able to scan the networks, for example. You cannot say that, you took care of everything, that you have a good cybersecurity posture of an organization without having the ability to see what lives on the networks, which systems you have, what's the vulnerability assessment against those. So without scanning tools, without automation, you cannot say that you've done enough. So it's a more complex issue, and I would say that we need several multiple layers, even during surveys, that we should go and check on every organization. And one other thing, I expect that the regulation is going to be mandatory after a certain stage. It's still very relaxed at the moment, as you speak, I would say.
What we call a regulation is not a regulation, actually. It's a recommendation. It's more or less. Now, if we compare, for example, ISPS, which is physical security, compared to cyber is just a recommendation, to be honest. Not any, tough requirements or difficult or challenging requirements to incorporate in the SMS. In real life, as Fotis correctly pointed out, and I fully agree, I think all reasonable persons across the industry would fully agree with Fotis. There are a number of challenges on a daily basis across all ships, absolutely. So that's real life. But what we call regulation is actually a recommendation, yes. Jim, your thoughts on the SMS integration and what you see as a journey?
Okay. Well, in the States today, we're seeing a whole lot of CMMC, NIST 800-171, HIPAA, all sorts of assessments that organizations need to do. They need to do an assessment of their current systems and their services and their weaknesses. Well, what steps in after that is compliance. How are they complying with this? Are they doing a good job? Are they watching out for future threats? I see something like that coming into, the total shipping industry sometime. And the thing is, the cyber threats are constant. You can't just, do an assessment and say, well, here's my CMMC, it's done. I'm going to go put it in the drawer over here. I've done it. And that's what's happened with too many of these, assessment things. But looking at protection going forward, you really need to do more than look in the rearview mirror and see what you did. You need to be looking forward at attacks and notifications of attacks, or attacks within your industry, or attacks to your domain. And so you have to be proactive in this and looking to see who is going to be your next attacker, and getting that information before the breach, and then putting it into your SEM and blacklisting it. And so instead of just being on the defense here, you're actually proactively blocking threats before they break in.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Michael would like to comment on something.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clear out the difference between, regulation and recommendation, that sort of thing. It's actually a resolution, the one that came out from IMO. So the inclusion of cyber risk management into SMS, it's something which is mandatory. This is what I would like to make clear. But the way you do it, of course, you have several different ways.
I'm just saying about the way that it is imposed. I mean, in contrast with ISPS. I'm not saying that cyber should be the way that ISPS is being handled. I'm just saying in contrast to ISPS, where we have a ship-specific security plan with assessment and so on and so forth. Yes, the guidelines should be more or less the same. It hasn't changed too much, I mean, over the last, in terms of procedures and strategies and concepts and so on and so forth. But the way that it is imposed is more or less a recommendation. This is what I'm just saying.
We are off to a good start, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fotis nailed it when he said that it's something to start, but we have a long road ahead of us, more or less. So having said that, I would like to thank you all very much. I would like to thank all our viewers. I would like to thank all our panelists for the constructive feedback. And we'll move on with the SMART4SEA awards. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the 7th SMART4SEA Virtual Awards. All these years, digitalization has remained a constant theme in shipping. Smart technologies are already making a great impact with major developments in the field of digitalization and further steps toward the so-called smart shipping era. Thanks to these solutions, doors are being opened for efficient new approaches, while several key technologies like big data, AI, and virtual reality taking hold to benefit the maritime industry as well. It is thus with great pleasure that we come together this time of year and celebrate smart excellence and sustainable shipping, acknowledging technological achievement, breakthrough, and contribution throughout the industry. Before we begin unraveling this year's winners, here is the video explaining the awards procedure. That a new era of smart shipping is built upon, delivering transformative levels of efficiency, safety, and cost control. Let's start off with the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 SMART4SEA E-Navigation Award to help enable safe, secure, efficient, and sustainable shipping in the global maritime community. The winner is Varsila Voyage for its Varsila Bridgemate app. Congratulations! Let's watch the video. We are honored to be joined by Mr. Vladimir Kolyada to accept the award on behalf of Varsila Voyage.
We are absolutely delighted to have won the SMART4SEA e-navigation award for our Varsila Bridgemate app. The result was an outcome of an open industry voting on the shortlisted solutions, which means all of you contributed to our win, so big thank you for that. It's an honor and thrill to have been recognized for our dedication to simplifying the everyday life of seafarers. Navigators can now stay mobile and still keep an eye on everything at all times, especially when facing rough weather conditions or during challenging navigational operations such as berthing. Being an important part of our fleet operations solution, known to the industry as Varsila FOS, Bridgemate also addresses the trend towards smart digital solutions, while providing ship owners with decision-making support through integration with EGDIS, seakeeping opportunities, electronic nautical charts, and other tools that enhance situational awareness and navigational safety. All this couldn't have been possible without a very dedicated and hardworking team. I would like to thank Marat Kayumov as the product technical manager, our highly professional expert and universal guy that literally knows everything about everything. Evgenia Chursina, our project manager and scrum master, who made it all well organized and built up the Bridgemate team spirit. Our development team, consisting of Igor Kaznov, Alexander Drozdov, Pavel Fuglov, and Vladimir Lebedев-Schmidtov, and certainly our quality assurance engineers, Daria Petrova, Irina Elizarova, and Olga Koshleva. All these dedicated people added all their time and knowledge to stress on the importance of developing this app and ensure its quality and performance is on a high level. Based on our customers' feedback and industry inputs, we're constantly innovating and evolving our solutions. Thus, Seakeeping module, also known the Storm Avoidance module, that was recently added to the Bridgemate application after being used and appreciated by many of our customers, is a perfect example of joint cooperation of all industry stakeholders. So this award is also a big picture of what we do, who we are, and where we are going in our diligence to support the industry's transition towards digitally connected and sustainable shipping. We look forward to collaborating with all our esteemed maritime colleagues, customers, and industry leaders to keep delivering towards this goal. So thank you. That's a very good stuff and very good award to all of us.
Moving forward, connectivity is a key enabler of smart shipping and the digital transformation in the maritime sector. Excelling at this, the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 SMART4SEA Connectivity Award are Network standalone solution. Congratulations! We are privileged to be joined by Mr. Tore Morten Olsen from Marlink.
Firstly, I would like to thank the SMART4SEA organization for awarding this important award to Marlink. We are very proud on what we are able to bring to our clients in terms of connectivity and solutions that meets their needs today and tomorrow. And on the markets today, there are a number of choices, but no single satellite operator has an optimal solution for any of the maritime market we serve, whether it is the merchant market, the cruise or passenger market, or if it's the energy market or fishing markets. So what we really enjoy to do at Marlink is to work together with our clients to understand their existing and future needs, and then build the best network in the industry to serve those needs for our customers today and tomorrow. I would also very much like to thank the people at Marlink that every day are fighting for our position in the market and are bringing new ideas and new demands from our customers back to the central organization, where we are able to develop and co-develop both with our customers and our satellite network partners in really bringing the best connectivity to the maritime industry. Again, thank you very much for the award. It's very well received. We are proud as Marlink employees to be able to continue to thrive in the development of our network going forward. And we will bring new connectivity means to the maritime world over the next few years. Again, thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Improved energy efficiency in shipping means use of less fuel, leading to less harmful emissions to the environment. For that matter, let's take a look at the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 SMART4SEA Energy Efficiency Award who help shipping move into a new era of low-carbon operation. And the winner of the 2022 SMART4SEA Energy Efficiency Award is WinGD for offering advanced hybrid solutions that surpass IMO's 2030 targets. Bravo, WinGD! We welcome Mr. Stefan Goranov from WinGD.
Across the shipping industry, we are united by the urgent call to reduce the impact of climate change. Together with our customers and business partners, this responsibility affects some of the biggest decisions we face. The complexity of this landscape for our customers requires thoughtful guidance and expertise. Expertise we have at WinGD, and for the last years we have been engaging with our customers on journey to maximize the efficiency and reduce carbon footprint of their operations. Over the past few years, WinGD has evolved from a leading designer of two-stroke engines into an integrator of marine energy systems. We are now capable of designing optimal control hybrid configurations that incorporate alternative power sources, such as batteries, wind, solar, cold ironing, or energy recovered from the shaft line alongside our efficient main engines. We are grateful for being recognized for our achievements, and this award gives us the strength and motivation to continue forward and even expand our initiatives for decarbonizing the maritime transportation. To everyone in the industry who believed in us, thank you. We are at the start of our journey together, and we will be by your side whenever you need us. And finally, a big thank you to the whole WinGD team for the dedication and drive to make an impact, for turning concepts into reality. I am proud to be part of such team, striving to exceed the expectations of our customers. Thank you.
Considering shipping's digitalization era, a common issue that owners and operators are dealing with is cybersecurity crime, which certainly poses a major risk for company software value. Here are the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 SMART4SEA Cybersecurity Award who excel at this. of the 2022 SMART4SEA Cybersecurity Award is Navarino for its Angel and Angel Office cybersecurity solutions. Congratulations! Mr. Alexandros Gyzenis, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Let me start by saying how deeply honored I am to be receiving this award on behalf of Navarino. We would like to thank Safety4SEA for organizing this event, our partners Neurosoft for providing the 24/7 Security Operations Center which supports the service, but above all our customers who have placed their trust in us, helping us make Angel so successful. The digitalization which the maritime industry is undergoing is making cybersecurity ever more important. This is something that Navarino recognized early on and dedicated considerable resources in order to help make that industry as safe as possible. While there are many cybersecurity solutions out there, we have focused on the essence of the service, making it simple to use and deploy in order to make the lives of maritime IT departments as easy as possible. These efforts have made Angel the leading cybersecurity solution for maritime. In addition, it also allowed it to recently receive DNV's type approval. The core of the service is based on Juniper's Unified Threat Management platform. We are constantly working to evolve and enhance the service, providing both new features as well as new offerings, such as the recently launched Angel Lite, to help you secure your fleets more easily, as well as Angel Office to extend Angel's protection to your onshore infrastructure. Finally, we would like to thank everyone who voted for Navarino. We look forward to keep contributing to the security of your fleets for many years ahead. Stay safe.
If anything, the shipping industry has realized that smart training is the key towards developing an understanding and awareness to the challenges of digitalization. Let's take a look at the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 SMART4SEA Training Award. Extensive maritime course library. Let's roll the video. We are honored to be hearing from Mr. Gareth Gilbert, accepting the award on behalf of Mintra.
The Mintra team are absolutely thrilled to receive the SMART4SEA award for our expanded maritime e-learning library in 2021. As a company that's been developing technology solutions for maritime for decades, starting out way back in 1983 with our OCS HR crewing system, we're passionate about supporting the sector with digitalization. So this is a very special award for us. The fact that it's been voted for by our customers, peers, and the wider industry, and it's tied to Mintra's goal of keeping people safe at work, makes it even more meaningful. Although I'm the face of Mintra today, this award is really for our course management and content teams. It's a testament to their skill and hard work and commitment to safe shipping. A major project like this is not created overnight. It started with a detailed analysis and consultation with our customers and industry experts. Together, we looked at how we could create a holistic solution that would cover the full spectrum of seafarer training needs, from health and safety to operational and technical skills. It involved skills mapping, examination of matrices, and extensive research. It required knowledge, experience, and industry insights from our distinguished team of maritime subject matter experts. And then it needed our talented instructional designers, multimedia developers, and quality assurance testers to bring it all to life. We're extremely proud of what we've created, a solution that both supports the industry on its digital journey and makes maritime a safer place for millions of seafarers. On behalf of Mintra, thank you to SMART4SEA and all of you for this endorsement.
By leveraging smart technologies, the industry can achieve the desired outcome of operating with more efficient, safer, and environmentally aware ways in a rapidly changing, digitized maritime industry. For that matter, we will lose no time and take a look at the shortlisted nominees for the 2022 SMART4SEA Technology Award. For developing onboard scout service. Congratulations! We are honored to be joined by Mr. Dennis Moll, accepting the award on behalf of MacGregor.
I'm in the port of Rotterdam and just a couple of miles away from here,
vessels are operating in harsh conditions and unpredictable circumstances, especially the last 2 years. MacGregor plays a vital role in an operation to prevent downtime and to advise on maintenance. I am happy that our customers and Safety4Sea acknowledge and have awarded our developments of Onboard Scout, our condition-based and predictive maintenance solution for mission-critical equipment, including Fix-Me Advice modules. I'm thrilled to accept the SMART4SEA Technology Award on behalf of many proud colleagues from MacGregor and Cargotec who played in this Champion League of maritime innovations among other respected renowned companies and IDs. I would like to thank Safety4Sea to facilitating such an innovation podium for the maritime industry. I would like to thank our customers and partners for their trust and patience to develop together with us and to pilot on their vessels. Last but not least, I would like to thank all colleagues from MacGregor and Cargotec and our internal stakeholders for their endless energy and innovative spirit in developing Onboard Scout. Thank you all, and I'm proud to have the award on behalf of MacGregor.
With this year's SMART4SEA Personality Award, sponsored by MacGregor, we honor an individual who has positively left their mark in smart shipping, fostering smart excellence. In fact, Manish Singh, CEO at Ocean Technologies Group, receives this award for taking outstanding action to shape the vision of digitalization within the maritime industry, investing in partnering relationships with key stakeholders and acquiring further capabilities and digital technologies to deliver new maritime solutions. Congratulations! We are now honored to be hearing from Mr. Manish Singh.
We thank Safety4Sea for recognizing the good work we are doing at Ocean Technologies Group and for recently awarding us in the training category for our ocean learning platform. I'm now truly humbled to be awarded the 2022 SMART4SEA Personality Award, which I receive in my capacity as an oceaneer, being one of about 450 oceaneers spread from Tokyo in the east to Seattle in the west, offering learning solutions, crew management solutions, and ship management solutions to blue chip ship owners and operators globally. It has been a privilege to serve the industry at a time when it is entering a period of unprecedented change. Over the last couple of years, we have seen the industry respond, improvise, and prevail over the challenges that COVID and the associated disruptions have thrown at us. We have made progress leaps and bounds in terms of creating future-ready digital ecosystems that allow our shore-based and seagoing colleagues to work despite the disruptions that we are now finding commonplace. But this is the beginning. We as an industry are just about to enter a phase of the next 2 to 3 years within which we have got to start embracing new fuels, new technologies, and new operating models if we have any chance of making headway to our 2030 and thereon to the 2050 decarbonization targets that we have ahead of ourselves as an industry. It has been my privilege personally and for us as a group to collaborate, to partner with various stakeholders ranging from leading OEMs like Vassilios and others to industry bodies like International Chamber of Shipping, Nautical Institute, IMEC, Intermanager, Intertanko, BIMCO, and many, many others. It has been a tough time for seafarers and their families, and it has been a blessing to be able to partner with organizations such as ISWAN, Mission to Seafarers, and many others who are doing good work in the service of seafarers. I hope with the recognition that you have accorded to us, it will give us encouragement and visibility to carry on doing the work that lies ahead of ourselves. Collaboration and consolidation is something that the industry will need to see a lot more of if we have to unify action in response to the challenges ahead, and I look forward to being part of that change. Thank you once again for your support and for your recognition. We wish SMART4SEA and all of the sister forums all the very best for the year ahead. Thank you.
This year's SMART4SEA Leadership Award, sponsored by MacGregor, honors Mr. Tore Morten Olsen, President Maritime of Marling, for setting the example for a change of mindset on IT within the maritime industry by developing IT Link, Marling's digital enablement strategy, which allows shipping companies to develop, test, and deploy IT solutions fleet-wide in a secure way. Mr. Olsen is leading a global player in maritime connectivity, moving the industry towards its goal of digitalized, decarbonized, and cyber-secure operation. Congratulations! We are honored to be hearing from Mr. Tore Morten Olsen, President Maritime of Marling.
So, first of all, I would like to extend a big thank you to the SMART4SEA organization for awarding this award to me and to Marling. I don't really consider this at all a personal thing. I am so lucky to be at the helm of an entity that has for a long time focused on building the best maritime network solutions in the industry. And with that consistent strategy, we are helping our customers meeting their zero emission targets, or at least getting closer to it, meeting IMO regulations, and really working with them to understand how they can make the world a better place for all of us. The achievements of Marlink in this sector is only due to the people of the Marlink organization and to our customers that helps us innovate together with them. It is because of that we are able to bring new digital solutions, cybersecurity, and other means that helps our customers in their daily operation. So first and foremost, I need to thank the entire Marlink team that is making this possible in their everyday efforts to meet the customer expectation. And then finally, again, thank you to the editorial committee for making this award to Marlink. It is much appreciated, and we will continue to lead when it comes to bringing new innovative solutions to the maritime industry, which gives us all a better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Congratulations and thank you to the winners for their contributions by making the smart world a better, safer and more sustainable place by bringing hope and a new light with their development. Also, we are grateful to our sponsors and the whole Safety4Sea team for their support. Thank you for joining us this time of year and stay tuned for the rest of the 2022 SMART4SEA Virtual Forum.